lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, you remember that. We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick, but you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're losing. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, going underground, going underground.
Hello everybody, welcome to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast. It is stage 3. We've finally made it to the playoffs here, and it's going to start off, obviously, our double elimination bracket. We've got tons of great games lined up for you and 8 teams competing for those points and the chance to get into Challengers EMEA. My name is Twiggy. I'm joined by my co-caster Echo today. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm very excited for today. Playoffs is finally here. Like you mentioned, we've whittled it down to those top 8 teams. And not only that, but it's kind of, we're missing a few teams we might be expecting. And the order of the teams in terms of seeding coming out of Upper Swiss, it's all changed how the standings could have looked.
Yeah. I think, look, here's the thing. This is a constantly changing kind of, region that we see. We had Enterprise Esports, who are the one team who have kind of made their way through every single stage, who have made it into Challengers EMEA. They are still here. They will still be competing, but it looks like we've got some new names that are up and coming from the East qualifiers. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I haven't had the chance to watch a lot of the Swiss games, so I'm excited to see it in first person here. Well, not in first, second person, whatever I don't know. I never took like English language. That wasn't my thing.
No, but like I say, like the Upper Swiss it was an incredible couple of days. The matchups went back and forth, and as we can see here, FMG and Fullbox 200. We'll be seeing Fullbox 200 first off today. They made it in that 3-0 because Enterprise Esport lost out to Metasport, who again we will be seeing further on down the line. Like we say, some of these teams who we were expecting to make it through, teams like Enterprise, teams like Pixel Lumina, teams like FMG, they made it through, but not necessarily in the place we'd expect them to.
Sure, yeah, I think this Formulation Gaming roster is incredibly exciting. We will be seeing them tomorrow against Team Liquid Academy, who, I mean, look, they are the team that absolutely steamrolled Split 1. They didn't make it into the playoffs in Split 2. Now they are here. They finally made it back just by the skin of their teeth, it seems like, in Upper Swiss. And speaking of just by the skin of their teeth, our first game today will be Fullbox versus Detti. Elise, we can take a look at the playoffs bracket so you can see exactly what we are going to be seeing today. So this is how things stack up. We're going to go through those top 2 games today, and then we'll get through the bottom ones tomorrow. And yeah, I think we start off with a really interesting game, right? Because these are 2 teams that, I mean, maybe you haven't really heard a lot of. Obviously, Detti, Elise, they were in Split 1 playoffs. They didn't get very far in it, right? They got knocked out in both of their games in Split 1. They didn't make it past round 1, and they didn't really perform insanely well in Split 2. So now they are here. They have that chance to redeem themselves, but their first game is up against Fullbox 200, another name which, you know, you may not know whatsoever. They have just kind of come out of nowhere. This is 5 players that have just kind of come together. They were on different teams. None of them had any real success as in their respective teams, but they've come together into this new formulation. That's not really the right word to use when we've got a team called Formulation Gaming. Fullbox 200, and suddenly they've made it all the way into the playoffs. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here, because they've been very impressive so far.
Yeah, they really have, especially, we'll talk about him a little bit later, but Kadrik's, their entry, MVP in the lower Swiss, an absolutely incredible player, but surrounding him, the rest of Fullbox 200, they support him, they make sure that he can pop off in the way that he needs to. And meanwhile, they've got people like Nosby on that kind of like flash second entry role who support him and basically just never die first. Like, being able to have a consistent front line and a backline to follow them up is so important, and that's why they just 3-0'd the Upper Swiss.
Yeah, well, speaking of Fullbox 200, the only team that, the team that only lost to them is coming up second. That is Metasport. They have been performing well. Fullbox 200, their only loss in the Upper Swiss. They'll be up against Boars Gaming, who once again, a new kind of contender coming from the East qualifiers, who has made it to this stage. We are really just seeing that East, that Poland domination coming through. Once again, it seems to be the storyline. Once we combine the regions, North has just been, the stonks have been going straight down. But that should be a really good matchup as well. Metasport looking really good. Boars Gaming, once again, kind of getting through. They had a lot of tough matchups. Formulation twice and Enterprise once, still in. So that's really impressive. So that should be a really, really good matchup.
It should, especially because in round 1 of the lower Swiss, they actually fought against each other on Sunset, and Boars came out 13-8 on that map. So we're expecting Boars are going to be relatively on top, at least if they go to Sunset. But that second matchup, it will be incredible, so you need to stick around to see what map it goes to and how well those maps go.
All right, well, if you want to get to that one, you will have to get through our first match, which I think should be a really nice way to start things off. There is the possibility that this is going to be incredibly one-sided, but we'll see. It's all kind of, playoffs kind of shakes things up. You never know what's going to happen. Obviously, our teams have only really played one best of 3, so anything could happen, right? The thing is, with Fullbox 200, they have won all of their maps since Upper Swiss 13-10. But they've only played one best of 3, right? We don't know what their map pool is like so far. It's looking decent, but when we get into these longer matchups, especially when we get towards best of 5s, things are going to change up, right? The more experienced teams are probably going to start to shine as we get into that one. You know, talking about Team Liquid, talking about Enterprise Esports, Formulation Gaming. These guys are going to start to really thrive when we get into those deeper map pools here. So I'm interested to see if they can, at the very least, hold out to that stage and then do their best in that one. This is an impressive team. A lot of names that people might not really know a lot about. A lot of names that, you know, you may have heard of at some point, but coming together into quite a cohesive unit. Yeah,
cohesive is exactly the right word, because they are just working together. This team, like I said, they came from all over to bind together as one, and now they are just pure teamwork. Their fundamentals are incredible. Their macro is still pretty good, right? But they are focused on working together to set up Kadrik's in order for him to succeed, and then for everyone else to follow up to clutch it out in the late round if they need to. And as we can see here, he was our Samsung Odyssey Lower Swiss Stage 3 MVP. His stats there, absolutely incredible. A 1.61 KD is absurd.
Yeah, it really is. Look, we see a lot of these standout players shine through in Northeast, and a lot of the time, look, here's the thing. A lot of these guys make the VCT. So look, if anybody's watching here, if any talent scouts are out here, take a look, because Northeast usually has some really, really good names to take a look at, to kind of shining through. So they'll be coming up against Detti, Elise, who, again, look, they're a storied team in this year, but they've had a lot of struggles, and this is so far equal to the furthest they have got. In stage 1, they got to the playoffs, they lost their first game, they lost their second game, they were out immediately. No chance to get really into things. They they put up a fight, didn't quite make it. Stage 2, really a no-show from them. So we're really looking for something impressive from Detti, Elise here in stage 3. So far, looking good, but they're going to need to bring out just a little more of that fight to get further into the competition.
Yeah, and the fight is quite often brought forward by people like Fraction and people like Maxime. Fraction coming in from Wild, an absolutely incredible player over there, and now coming to Detti Elise is really shining so much, but none, as we can see there on the far left, is the best clutch player we've got in this tournament. Between the Upper Swiss and the Lower Swiss, he's won 42% of the clutches he is involved in. If he is in the late round, if he's alive, they are going to win, and he's often on that info flex role, sometimes Viper, sometimes info agents, so he will be alive in that late round, and that's really something for Fullbox 200 to watch out for, is when none is alive.
Yeah, and the thing is, between these two teams, in my opinion, they have very similar map pools, so this should be quite an interesting best of 3 kind of map veto going on. I do want to see how that will work out between them. I'm gonna assume that Detti Elise really don't want to play Lotus. Is my only like takeaway from the map pool that we can say for certain is they'll probably want to get rid of that one quite quickly.
Yeah, Lotus, when these two teams last matched up in round 5 of Lower Swiss, Lotus, it was 13-11. It was relatively close, but Detti Elise, they just couldn't cross it over that line. They had a pretty strong lead for a while, but the comeback was there from Fullbox 200. I imagine they won't want to go there. It's probably their weakest map at the moment as well, but they've been banning Corrode and Bind quite consistently, so I'm not expecting to see either of them.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When a map gets added to the pool, a lot of the time, you either embrace it fully as a team, or the thing is, you know that most teams are going to ban it out against you. Why would you invest so much time into it until we get to that kind of best of 5 stage of the tournament? So that's got rid of. And Detti Elise do have the first pick, so they can hopefully get things off to a good start for them. Obviously, they are kind of the team that has the expectations on their shoulders. They're the ones who have to overperform technically against the favorites in this matchup. The 3-0s, one of the 2 3-0 teams in the Upper Swiss, alongside Formulation Gaming in Fullbox 200. So Bind is where they're going to take us. So both teams playing to their strengths, not trying to play to the other team's weaknesses, it looks like. Yeah,
Detti Elise, they like their Sunset. It's a pretty good map for them. They run the Gecko Sky as well there, which is quite an old composition, so that's coming on back. But this Bind pick is very surprising. Fullbox 200, they've not shown it, and throughout the entirety of their best of 1s, they were banning this, either the first or the last phase. So this is a big switch up from them. Banning Icebox though, this makes a lot more sense. Get rid of it, and then we will end on Lotus, which, you know, like I said before, these two teams, they did face on Lotus before, and it went Fullbox 200's way.
Yeah, Sunset should be an interesting start. Obviously, this is going to set up the tone for the whole of this series. Obviously, right? If Fullbox 200 win that map, we're looking at a 2-0, I would say. And the thing is, if we get to Lotus, the stats on that map for Fullbox 200 far out favor Detti Elise. So we really need to see a win from Detti Elise on Sunset to see the full length of this series, or even really any chance of getting that kind of good chance of winning the series from them. So, you know, I'm interested, but I do think that this is going to be, you know, a warm-up series. Let's put it that way. This is one of the top teams coming out of Upper Swiss versus one of the bottom teams coming out of Upper Swiss. While obviously in Swiss stages you can have kind of an unlucky matchup that gives you those 2 losses. I do think from what we saw, Fullbox 200 just looked like, as we kind of touched on, the more cohesive unit, the more exciting team coming into this one.
Yeah, I think so. Exciting as well. They almost always are attacker-sided as a team, which makes it very interesting to me that they've picked the defense for this map of Sunset. Yeah. Especially with Detti Elise being 11-1 against Ace Gear on their attack side on Sunset. So, like, you know, they are allowing Detti Elise that chance to come back up. But as we mentioned before, Detti Elise, they've made a lot of changes with those 2 new players, and they barely scraped in from that lower Swiss due to the tiebreakers. So this team, they are looking to push back up, to climb back up to the top, and you know, they've got to playoffs. Now they need to get slightly further than they did in stage 1. Whereas for Fullbox, they are confident, they are swinging, and as long as they keep that pace together when they switch over to the attack side, they should be unstoppable.
I mean, here's the thing. What we see when we go into interviews with players a lot of the time, especially in this region, like, here's the thing. When we get to VCT, it's a completely different thing. But here in Tier 2, a lot of the time what we hear from teams is we just want to play our game. You know, we want to play to our strengths. We want to get through, because in the end, no matter what, if we want to get to Challengers EMEA and if we want to have a chance of getting to Ascension, the thing is, we need to be winning best of 5s. It doesn't matter what maps we're picking. We need to be good at every single map. We need to be the better team in the server. No matter what stage we are playing on, we can have all of the strat books in the world. If we're better players, we're gonna win the game. In the immortal words of Bren, you know, it's an FPS game. You kill them, you win the game. So it does come down to that in the end. And I do think for Fullbox 200, that is what they're playing off a lot of the time. And I think we see that reflected in the map veto. So I do just want to see them roll. If we want to see them get further into the tournament, because they are kind of the exciting team that's come out of nowhere, that has formed this kind of unit that we really just didn't see as the sum of its parts, I think they just do need to really get things started with a 2-0. And no matter what map they're on, no matter what the other team is picking against them in that second map, because look, Kuroda's going to be taken out no matter what most of the time from what we've seen from these teams. You're going to have your opponent's map, like their favored map, going into the second one. You can't really ban out their favorite map.
Yeah, it's like the new map pool, when it does come in, like you mentioned earlier, it does become really tricky for those vetoes, because you have to be good at all 5 maps that were previously in, and you need to really be able to play at least one of the 2 new ones. When we get to those BO5s, especially if you've come down from the lower side of things and you don't get any bans, it becomes impossible to ban out your worst maps, and you will have to play every map at some point. We've still not seen Corrode from either of these teams. This will be the first time we see Bind, and playoffs is a good time to get that forward, especially with how quick these first kind of first 4 days of playoffs are. Your opponents aren't really going to get a chance to anti you at all, so it kind of works to show your Bind now, show that you're strong, and then scare them away from it and try and get people to ban it away from you. It means you can play Icebox more.
Yeah, we have had a player who has had to restart the game, so that's the reason for the slight delay. We're yapping a little bit. We're trying to get through to this one, but hopefully you didn't even notice. You know, the time just flew by. You know, you were listening to us, your brain completely shut off, probably, you know, like reading a bedtime story, and here we are. We're in Agent Select, so you didn't even notice. It never happened. You blinked and you missed it. So here we are into our first map of the playoff, Sunset, Fullbox 200 versus Detti, Elise, and pretty much a mirror matchup, let's be real. Apart from the Yoru, which is,
the Yoru,
but Yoru basically acts as an initiator in this anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, like most of the time, you are like trying to play the Yoru in a supported role anyway. I do like this from Detti Elise. You're essentially matching the hard aggro playstyle of Fullbox 200 with the same thing, but it does mean that we're going to need to see Detti Elise bring that forward, pushing as hard as they can to take down Kajix, because he's such a strong player. You're gonna need, you know, Fractioned and None to be working together to get rid of him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it should be an exciting start to things. Here's the thing: like, we can give the storylines as much as possible here. Detti Elise really need to have some fire out of the gate. It's their map pick. They need to own this stage here on Sunset and start things off with some momentum for them, right? They need to just have a favorable kind of start, because what we see a lot of the time is when the momentum gets going in one team's favor, things start to get out of hand very quickly, especially in these stages of playoffs where, you know, suddenly everything is on the line. You don't have 2 losses. Well, you do. You have 1 loss in hand, so it's kind of similar to the Swiss stage in a way, but look, very kind of the stakes are a lot higher. You know, if you're out of this stage, that's it. You know, you don't have a chance to get back in, and if you drop to lower, which I'm sure Detti Elise, look, they're going to be remembering what happened in Split 1. They're going to be thinking, okay, we don't want that to happen again, but look, that's a pretty convincing start for the first peak from Fullbox 200 there.
Yeah, just to take down those two, snap, gone, and immediately we're seeing Cairo looking for more as well. He will back off, the recon will send him back a little bit, but everyone else is already running over for the retake. The spike, it might be able to go down, but it's going to be so tricky, especially with just Fraction left. Immediately taken out, a flawless Twiggy to start off this series. You said they needed to come in with confidence. That's what they've done.
Yeah, it's about 4 shots landing for Detti Elise there on the first round. Hey, look, it's not over yet. It's a best of 3. That's only round 1. It's fine, guys. You can come back into this one, I'm sure. But the aim was snappy to get started for Fullbox 200. That is something that we have seen from them quite a bit here. But you know, look, they've had a slight break since Upper Swiss, so you'd think, you know, they need a bit of time to warm up into it. I don't know. They have been in their death matches, I guess.
Yeah, Kajik starting out here as well. Oh, flipping sides over towards the B main. Nothing found to start with. Pushed off of the angle by those classics. Doesn't want to give over that Phantom. Over towards mid, nothing noted either. So now Detti Elise, they're going to be moving over towards B, but this is probably going to be red, and you can see the rotations already moving over there.
2 Phantoms to start off with from Fullbox 200. Obviously, confidence in the server from them, but they have retained 2 pistols as well, wanting to save those up if they do get dropped. They're aware of the threat from Detti Elise at the very least there, who have made their way up through mid and may just be looking to get a split going and try and find an opening, default their way through into one of these sites. But it seems to be red from Fullbox 200. They know nothing's coming through from main. We're just going to take a look through mid here, and it is going to be that market push from them. But Kajik's just turning around. They can get into the smoke. They should be able to make their way through, make some inroads, and start to get some kills. 1 down is a good start, but Fullbox 200 seem to have it under control just about so far, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. It's not going the way they might have planned, but they can still save both of those Phantoms if they manage to take out Spare 4 here.
Yeah, obviously this is Maxime on a spare account, Spare 4 we'll call it maybe at some point, but heading over towards the site, he should be able to get the spike down, but he's going to be surrounded on all sides, and it's going to make it so difficult for him. Yeah,
Maxime needs to get something done here, obviously. The spike, not going to happen. So they do manage to keep both of those Phantoms. Not the end of the world for Fullbox 200, losing 3 players in that round. Look, the sum of their loss was a bulldog, so not the end for them. They should be able to fully buy up into this next round and at least fight up against the full buy from Detti Elise, who all favor Vandals. Interesting.
Yeah, all Vandals, especially on the attack side, not exactly what you always see, but I love to see it. Again, it's just confidence. We're going to hit the heads. They're going to start the fight back now, and it looks like the fight is going to be happening over towards A main again, reminiscent of the pistol, or maybe we're heading towards mid, because taking mid control on Sunset, you want to really start to put question marks towards top mid, so that first smoke and the Cypher Cage over towards Breakable Door just helps to allow you to put that question mark down and to make Fullbox 200 doubt where you could be at any moment.
Yeah. Cryo almost manages to repeat some of the success from round 1 there, just getting that opening pick and slowing down Detti Elise, stopping them from really just making any inroads into the round. Of course, if they do get this, that bonus, they will be incredibly happy, especially on Detti Elise's map pick. That's always a good way to start things off, because that pretty much guarantees you round 4, and then that just almost guarantees the first half in a sense for you. Detti Elise definitely showing respect. I mean, you can see that there is some apprehension going on from this team.
Yeah, and Fullbox 200 actually investing the paranoia just off of the back of the drone. It's pulled a lot of rotates towards A, so B site completely clear. The trips were cleared out by the shock darts from the Sova as well. That recon bolt a little bit off wide, a little bit off the map, but this just silent contact push towards B. It's completely open, and the spike will go down, absolutely no problem. But keep an eye on Fraction here in mid.
Well, Cryo has already managed to take one out on the rotate here, just stopping any unexpected things from happening in towards market. Fraction is moving through. Look, distracted one player. That's a good start. Kajix is taken out, and that's a high value pick at the very least, taking out a Phantom as well. Kaya Manages to even the numbers up, and now definitely the weapons favor Detti Elise. If they can just hold on to this one, Cryo makes some inroads, but Detti Elise managed to close things down. It's a lot of damage done to them, but the round in hand is more important than any of the lives that they managed to retain.
Yeah, a pretty solid bonus. It went the way we expected, Detti Elise winning it out. But for Fullbox 200, they did destroy a lot of guns. They only managed to take 2 forward. The rule of 3 basically means this is now looking a little bit rough. And Fraction actually moving over to the Outlaw. So maybe the way they're taking this mid control looking to change. Because, you know, we're going to want eyes on top mid this time instead of smoking it off. So, you know, we'll see if Fraction can find anything. He's not been doing super well so far, so we'll see if that changes too.
Well, definitely passive from Fullbox 200 when it comes to that mid control, closing the door straight away, not wanting anything to do with that. The Outlaw is a formidable opponent if you do want to contest that mid, and Fraction is just moving up, manages to get a tag, and Solanus is taken out by none, and that's a very, very good start to the round, because Kagis is going to have to be incredibly cautious moving through, but Cryo, as per usual, anchoring down this site. He's been absolutely brilliant so far for the team, has very much kept them in a lot of these rounds.
But now moving on over towards A, it's only Furiosa here, just on the Omen. The one way is going to go up, but I think they might be able to get past that. Fraction spamming past, can't find anything. The Omen was noted. And now the smoke, deny a little bit of that information and, again, put the doubt into the mind of Fullbox 200. They're giving a lot of respect to Detti Elise. And now it looks like this is going to end up being a mid fight right at the top of mid. There's a crossfire here set up from Fullbox. Can Detti Elise break through it?
Yeah, like they know they did that damage to Kagix, and if they can keep pushing that issue, it's going to be real good. They do manage to get that kill, but not before Nosby is able to take out Bazia. 3v3 once again. Last time we were in this situation, Detti Elise came out on top, of the spray down from Cryo is good. He's got his 3-piece.
10 seconds left.
He has been absolutely brilliant on this site. He takes the 4th. I mean, look, if you can't get onto the site, you cannot get that spike down. You're not winning that round. Cryo keeps that up. Really massive.
Yeah, like it's really reminiscent of the last time Cryo was on this map as well. B-site is his. We've seen some people move away from the Cypher, but he just knows how to move around, the angles to peak, the timings to take. Absolutely 7-2, unstoppable right now, and he's sticking with it. He's staying over on B. Meanwhile, Detti Elise down to almost a thrifty. They've got 2 hero rifles over on Bazia and on Fraction, looking to start to take A, but Kayak's immediately pushing on in and forcing everyone else back.
Yeah, manages to grab the Vandal as well, which is really, really big. They can just take that away, stop Detti Elise from picking it back up. It's the important part. Again, playing really passively towards mid. They're letting them into spawn, essentially, because if they just keep that crossfire, it's not the end of the world. I just finds Kyo with his pants down there. He gets traded out, but the damage has been done. None. Finds one. They still haven't been able to get close enough to really pick up a lot of this weaponry, though. So one Vandal is still all that they have, trying to make space for Maxim to pick one more up, but he gets caught out from behind. Furiosa does a lot there.
Yeah, the immediate wrap we saw coming out of A main there as well was so good. As soon as that pressure was put over towards mid, he was just moving back to go for that flank towards mid. You can see him on the mini-map here, just immediately behind, closing in the map, pinching it down, and Detti Elise a timeout. Now, they're feeling like this is potentially getting away from them. They need a time, a moment to sit back and think about how they can start to play this, because their attack side, since that round 3, since they had that anti-bonus, it's not gone their way. They've not been able to find a foothold into almost any round.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous round for them, because obviously they have pretty much a full buy. They have 4 ultimates in hand, but they're coming up against exactly the same from Fullbox 200. They have got a full buy. They have 3 ultimates. And therefore, a lot of this can be shut down. If they invest too heavily into this one, and Fullbox 200 come away with the win and invest their ults as well, then that's really costly in this first half. They will be off to a horrific start for the team. So they need to figure out whether or not they want to see if Fullbox 200 are going to invest those ults or whether they're going to use them reactively. If so, do we put everything into this one? Do we risk it? I think at this point you do have to. You have to push, try and get that starting momentum into this first half by using a lot of that ult investment and just get things started. You haven't really made a massive impact on Fullbox 200. They've been holding their own. They've been making rounds difficult. They've been making them work for it. But Fullbox 200 haven't been out of control at any point.
No, they've just felt nice and solid. And immediately the combo, the swing in, and Kajix just takes down None. The late round player typically just out of the round that quick. And that's one of the ultimates. That's the dimensional drift. They can't combo that with the Hunter's Fury now.
Yeah, and I think for Detti Elise, that's immediately going, okay, well, maybe we don't invest into this round, and they're second-guessing themselves, but that's going to be good from Fraction. 2 openers in towards Market gives them control pretty much of the B site. They still need to clear some corners, but they know where Kajix is now, and they can just full bore down, try and flush it out one by one here. Kajix finds one. That's massive. Solonis just walks out of the cage. Numbers prevail for Detti Elise. They managed to get that, and not with any ult investment either. So just some good tempo play from Fraction gets them that round. He gets his first 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, you could see for a second there, Fullbox 200 were uncertain of what was happening. That caused, we can see Cryo looking behind him, not being able to trade off of his teammate. I love the idea from Solanis just to go forward out of the cage. It's unexpected, you can maybe find the timing, but the sound effect there, the trade comes on through, and Detti Elise, they get their first full gun versus gun round. They lose a lot of people. The shield's still not great from them, but like you said, they've got so many ultimates. So as we see the standard mid default happening from both sides, the door's surely to be closed at some point. No, Kajix wanting to swing on in, walks away, closes the door, and now this is where we'll likely see some ultimates invested from Detti Elise to try and start a snowball.
Yeah, you could almost hear a collective sigh of relief from the Detti Elise camp after that round, knowing that, you know, we didn't have to make that tough decision. Kajix is still just playing with his food, trying to give them something to think about here. But here come all those ults that we were thinking of earlier on. Maxim and None both used those, but we've got some back in the other direction from Solonis. Both Hunter's Furies going out. Kajix finds the first 2 kills. It is Maxim who gets back on the board there. But Fullbox 200, as it seems, is kind of the way these have been going. In control. Maxim, great reactions to take out Nosby and just give him a chance into this one, but he's still stuck in a corner and his teammate is on the other side of the site.
Yeah, they are cut off from each other. This smoke is great. It allows Maxim to walk away, to leave if he wants to. They've still got 30 seconds. They can make it over towards the A site, but you can see Friosa looking ready for if that happens, but the A site is going to be wide open. And you want to break that trip, put a question mark into their mind, and you can see immediately the Neural Theft. Where are you? We're coming to get you. Omen ult used just to try and get to the A site to help protect.
Get a good position on that. Stop anybody from being too overzealous and trying to stop the plant from going down. At the very least, they get that on the ground. That gives them not an advantage, but maybe levels the playing field just a little bit. And Fullbox 200 are just swinging that corner all together, all 3 players. The death ball moving through. Cryo very, very low on health now. He's going to go first. He's going to get taken down, but the trade is there from Furiosa in the end. It's textbook from Fullbox 200 to just make sure they close that one out. 5 rounds now in the half.
My ultimate is ready.
Yeah, and this is where you see the fundamentals from Fullbox really leaning forward. The way they were peaking there, if one of them went down, the trade was always there. And this is so consistent with how they've been playing throughout the lower and the upper Swiss, is looking to trade. Maxime with the stray down a little bit off there, but now Detti Elise down to another low buy. They can get a couple of rifles if they want to really try and invest in, try and get the momentum back into their favor, but they've still only got those 2 rounds. They don't want to risk too much.
And this is what they were worried about in round 6, right? Using those ults and still losing the round. That's what's just happened there in round 7, right after they got kind of lulled into a false sense of security by winning a round without investing anything at all. Now, once again, those 2 hero rifles, I mean, they do have... Oh, there you go. Fraction the practical example. Moving through. Oh, he's taken out immediately by Cryo. Frame 1. Kaya trying to bring things back, and the spray down onto Cryo gets the revenge, but Nosby is there for the trade, makes it a 3v3, and still that weapons advantage is in Fullbox 200's favor. The spike is on the ground, but players are split up just a little bit. Fullbox 200 have a little bit of time to reconvene here. None might get caught out in mid, and he does. Furiosa just crosses mid at the right time. I don't think None thought anybody was still rotating at that point.
No, and then it comes down to this impossible post plant. You can see here though, Basia going through mid, trying to find a late timing.
They thought he was going to trip that, but no. And Maxim is just going to have to try and reveal everybody. The half defuse, sorry, is done. Basia takes one out, takes two out. Can he just stick it? He can just stick it. Kajix, balls of steel, clutches it up in that 1v2 there.
And what a stick. Pros don't fake, and neither does Kajix. Our MVP of the lower Swiss, showing he can shoot, but also, like you said, he is brave. He will just sit there and get the defuse through the smoke. Up to 10-6 now. Cryo may be showing off in the early rounds, but now Kajix has come to play.
Yeah, you can see as they've started to kind of figure out the play from Detti. Elise, they're very slow team, just waiting for things to happen, trying to default their way through into a site. If they don't see anything, they move up mid and they try and contact through there. And as they've kind of got that impression, as Fullbox 200 have figured that out, you can see much more aggression coming through from Kajix in the early rounds. I mean, you can see it right now with that one way over towards A, and they're taking that space and just trying to cut off as much of the map as possible. And it's gonna capitulate right there. First kill goes their way. They're gonna look for a trade here. Fractioned turns the corner. He does get the trade, takes a lot of damage for it. Thankfully, the regen shields are gonna bring him slightly back up. But I mean, the damage has been done. Fullbox 200 have more map control now. They have pretty much all of A main in their control, and they've seen that nothing is really happening on B. Look, they have their Cypher on B. There's no reason to invest too much into this one. And with half of the round done, Detti Elise, what? They've made about 5 meters of space.
Yeah, and this drone for the fake, it's not worked either. It's not pulling anyone over. The Paranoid not even invested. They've still got that for the retake if they want it, and now Cryo in his favorite position doesn't get the kill, but he's still got his strips to play off of.
Yeah, more importantly, he has that info, so he knows that Slowness can come alive here in the correct position to really get something out of this one. Trigger control, letting Cryo do a little bit of work. A lot of them stunned, and as they walk out, oh no! Trails by half a meter on the body there. Furiosa is going to have to clutch this one up. Knows that there might be a player coming through from market. He's going to have to do a lot of work. A player on either side drops down silently. 30 HP, but the crossfire is too much. Detti Elise, look, in the end, it just comes down to they hit their shots.
It's an FPS game. You get hit in the head, you die, and that's the perfect example.
Don't make us look at it again. Okay, thank God the replay did not catch that that spray down. Blush is saved for Fullbox 200. But look, they've already done their work in the half. It is now up to Detti Elise to try and bring things back to that 6-6 scoreline. They've got the first step done, but as we've seen so far, there is a pattern emerging, just a little bit. 2 rounds, 1 round, 2 rounds, 1 round. We'll see.
Fullbox are down to an eco though. They've got that, you know, they've got kayaks with that Phantom. You'll always buy up your entry duelist if you can, especially when it's your, you know, someone as good as he is. But they've heavy stacked over towards B, and the contact up towards A. We saw this. Detti Elise love to contact play, and this won't be heard. Basia as well, breaking that cam, triggering the trap. Chase down does eventually die, but A side is completely open.
Yeah, that's the thing. They managed to get the kill, but that was kind of the bare minimum for them. They had to get that kill because it's the one lurker, he's running away from you, and the rest of the team are planting the spike over towards A. So they brought it into a 4v4 retake situation. Not the end of the world for them. Now they have 2 rifles. They need to get that first kill. Cryo does manage to get it. Really important. If he can push up that space, I mean, unfortunately, nobody's going to be able to pick up that weapon fraction just to get one as everybody is stunned up. And it is just Nosby in the end to try and clutch in the 1v2. There goes the shock dart. He's low on health. The Detti Elise take it away. And they just ever closer to evening things up.
And they're very happy with that as well, because Nosby used that Rolling Thunder on the eco round. We saw the stun spray down. It worked for 1 kill at the very least. And that was Nosby's first and likely only ultimate for this half now. So they're very happy knowing, there's no ults. They might be able to get one up online for the last round of the half. But Detti, Elise, they've almost got that Hunter's Fury Dimensional Drift combo online again. They've still got Cypher and Omen. They're feeling very comfortable to try and close this half out, at the very least, even.
Yeah, things have worked out quite in their favor here, and they seem to be waking up in terms of the aim as well, as Kai just takes out Kajix right at the start. Bit of a taste of his own medicine there. And the info is good for Fullbox 200, but none is coming around from behind as well, because that neural theft has been really instrumental for them. Gets the first, knows where Cryo is, but that doesn't matter. Cryo has been taken out in a trade. And this round seems like a foregone conclusion. You just don't see Nosby and Furiosa getting a retake done. They're going to save those 2 rifles.
Yeah, but None gets the plant here as well. Dimensional Drift online. That combo back up for the final round of the half. And Fullbox 200 are feeling like it's just gotten away from them. Somehow they had that momentum, and then all of a sudden it was slashed. The pattern was broken. And now Detti, Elise taking this up to 5. Furiosa looking for some exit kills if he can, but honestly the damage to his team would be much worse than the damage to Detti, Elise. They've still got so much money behind them. They could buy up, Vandals, Ops if they want to on the attack side as well.
And this is how fine margins get when it comes to economy in this game, that you really could have seen that half being, I mean, realistically, even 10-2, right? Or a 9-3, but in the end, it looks like it's going to be more likely a 7-5 or a 6-6. 1 exit. It's good, but again, as you mentioned, Echo, they have so much money, and that one sucks. Nosby has lost his life, and they're not the ones with money. They don't really have the economy to be able to buy through back into that one. They get a Bulldog. That is it. No ults to speak of, and they're not really going to get any in the middle of this round as well, unless somebody pops off early round. So it looks like, more likely a 6-6 here.
Yeah, it really does. The ults, like you said, so strong. And Detti, they are incredibly happy with this. Going down like they were at the start of this half and now coming back. Kajix again going for the same little play he was, but this was called earlier. This was noticed, and yeah, it's red. He will escape thanks to that wall, but no, he's wanting to stay, and that's a clone. They're heading over towards A.
Yeah. More fights going on. Our observers are scrambling to keep up with all the action on the map because everybody's in a fight about this time here. None gets the first kill. Onto Furiosa, and Fraction has awoken. He's moving through. Barely even slowed down as he managed to get that kill. Yeah, 3 versus 5 now. It's going to have to be something really impressive. Kajus catches Fazia in his camera. Gives him a start, but much more than that, difficult to accomplish.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury just looking to stall out a bit as well. Kajix actually gets caught by it. None cleans up that kill, and the stun onto Cryo, who does somehow get that kill, but it's still now a 1 versus 3 retake, almost impossible.
Yeah, if anybody wants to do it, maybe Cryo, but no, not happening. And 6-6 is the scoreline after what looked like it would be a very impressive half for Fullbox 200.
I know exactly. Last round in the half.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the second half here of the first map between Fullbox 200 and Detti Elise in the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast playoffs. Interesting first half because it started very much in Fullbox 200's favor, and this may just be a case of Detti Elise taking a moment to warm up into things. Obviously, short break between Upper Swiss and playoffs. They might just have needed to get in the server and get started. But, this is the team that is kind of the underdog coming into this, and they needed that first half, as you mentioned to me in the break. So that is really important for them. But you can't help but think that they really wish they could have just got into the server with a little bit more oomph.
A bit more oomph absolutely needed. The paranoia huge from Kaya, but peeks into way too many, runs out of bullets, and now the pre-take coming on in very quick here from the rest of Detti Elise.
It's a really, really good shock dart from Maxim, but it's not really enough to get them back into this round and give them the map control that they were missing out on. Gonna have to fake the plant, but I mean, they hear the owl drone, they know that the no plant is coming through. Fraction just pushes on through. That's the classic neon play. Use that. I mean, everybody's just searching for Fraction and they can't find it. Hide and seek in 2 square meters of the map, and somehow they still can't find Fraction. So Detti Elise do take that first round there, just about.
Yeah, just about. And like I said, Fraction basically playing hide and seek around that box. But then Maxime coming in ready to trade as soon as Cryo is there ready to receive the kill. Again, it shows the fundamentals of Detti Elise. I talked about it with Fullbox 200. They are very good supporting Kajix and then enabling everyone else to follow on through later. But we've seen this from Detti Elise as well. They are able to work together in clutches, but the same control over towards A, none pushed back and revealed.
Yeah, this is completely different in terms of attacking play styles between these two teams. Fullbox 200 is just going for it. I mean, part of that comes down to the fact that they know that they need to get in close with the pistols, but at the same time, they are far more aggressive than Detti Elise were on any round of their attacking side. And you can see that Detti Elise are very much respectful of it. Kaya is sitting down behind this corner, even though he's got the weapon that could just spray him down. Furiosa comes through. That's one trade. Dart keeps him away, but Fullbox 200 doing a little bit of damage.
They're happy with as many kills as they can get at this moment, right? Getting this Stinger online is very good, though. Like, you've got a lot of players on light shields. It can do a lot of damage to them. So it all depends on how Kia reacts to this push coming back through elbow again.
Yeah, I'm going to give it their best shot as they move through. Cryo finds one. They're going to double swing it, and they get their reward from it. One trade is all they need, but Maxim, no heads needed. Body shot bandit gets the job done. Why not? And 8 rounds now on the board. That's exactly what they needed to start off the second half. It has been hard work getting here, but 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah,
Wait, no,
they managed
5.
to swing the momentum back,
6.
right? I think it's 6, something like that. Yeah, there we go. The maths is hard. Who needs numbers anyway?
Exactly. Look, I got like a B in math. Actually, wait, did I? I don't know. I don't even remember. Apparently, I can't even remember my alphabet. So.
Alphabet numbers.
God, imagine if I was doing my GCSEs now with numbers. How are you even supposed to? Who knows, man?
Impossible. But immediately a fight over A main once again. Kia, the last remaining member of Detti Elise, but Fullbox 200, they want no part of it. They're going to head over towards B, but Detti Elise, they've made the wrong read.
Yeah. They already did a good amount of damage for that bonus, though. Like, that's already a very good start. Let's keep in mind that the Fullbox 200 investing heavily into this round need to get as many kills as possible. They have no money. They need to get the round in hand. So the spike down is a first step to that. Detti Elise just trying to capitalize on if they do re-hit that A. That is not going to happen. Trip the wires. They know where they are. Spike goes down.
No retake cam set up here though by Basia, so the cam's just come back off of cooldown, so he can use that for the retake, but his teammates are far away, so the time's going to tick away, and Fullbox 200, they're set up nicely on site here for this crossfire.
Yeah, it's a good start, especially if Asia gets a little too big for his boots and pushes around this corner, but he's going to get seen. Fortunately enough, that paranoia does not cover every corner. He does manage to get one kill. 2v2 now. The Fullbox 200, this is already not an ideal round, but they do manage to, at the very least, stem the blood flow there. Make it 7-8.
And it's all thanks to that first A main fight. Like I say, it's great, especially for the side of Detti. He's getting any damage in is amazing. And now with Fractioned on the Operator, a Guardian has to be brought up by Salinist. You've got Light Shields on Nosby as well, regen for Furiosa. Like Detti, at least they are setting themselves up to try and take this map away. But it's going to be another brawl over A main. And that's where the op is. You don't want to be taking the op into a group of too many people. But it's going to be a fight. We'll see what happens.
And he's going for that close angle as well. Kanga's just going to walk right into it. He misses off to the right. And Fractioned is not going to get any use out of that Operator. Are they going to like try and throw it away? I don't think they did. I think they cut their losses there. Just get rid of the Operator. If somebody else picks it up, who cares? Not the end of the world.
Yeah, and now they're moving over towards B, the Cypher site yet again. An early cam this time over towards B main. This could get spotted. Yeah, it gets broken immediately, and you can see the rotations moving quickly. Maxime looking to maybe pick up that Operator, but wants to fight for the retake. Early positioning.
Good one way to start things off for Detti Elise. Just getting that first kill. The aftershock catches Kaya. Now, 4v3. They just need to use all of that aggression that we saw from them in the last couple of rounds and try and push their way through. They're going to take casualties because of it. You just got to suck it up and go for it. Bazia on 18 health now. Fullbox 200 suddenly playing a lot less aggressively. Cryo finds one. It's that 1v1 and Bazia just needed to get hit once. It doesn't happen. Detti Elise snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat there.
Yeah, and they are moving forward and they're looking good. They do lose the Operator, right? They lose a fair bit of money with that gun on the ground over towards the A site. But this brawl over B was so good, and Bastia just keeping steady under the pressure is so good. And the first timeout comes out from Fullbox 200 thinking, you know what? Let's take a moment. Let's just talk, work through, and just breathe a second, because we can move on forward. They know that they can come back. They're a team that thrives off of aggression and overwhelming your opponents. So let's just take our time to work out how we want to do it.
Yeah, I think what needs to be going on in that voice chat right now is just, look, they need this map. They need it real bad. You could probably make them pretty desperate if they manage to get a couple more rounds out of this one. Just invest a lot into whatever they can. They've got every ult coming up very shortly. If you put Detti Elise in a corner here, they know they need to invest everything into this one. The way we've set this up is Fullbox 200, they are coming into this one. Top two teams coming out of Upper Swiss. They did incredibly well. And their map pool is just better in this best of three. And Detti Elise need Sunset. They really, really do, because I can't see any other... But if they somehow manage to win the next map, they're going on to a map which they have lost 4 times, won only once, where Fullbox have won 4 times and lost only once. And so it is critical that they get this one. So if Fullbox 200 can put a little bit of fear into them, maybe they can take advantage of the fact that Detti Elise might get a bit desperate towards the end.
I think desperation is absolutely a key thing here, because you can see Kayak's left alone over towards A elbow. The Outlaw is smoked off as we see Fullbox 200. They've got those 2 rifles, one on Cryo, one on Kayaks, and they're going to be looking together to try and find something. It's this elbow control. Detti Elise, they're keeping it nice and solid, and Kayaks call over the rest of the team. The cavalry is on their way, and oh, the first kill, it's so clean, but none. Ooh, not noted, not spotted, but is now.
Didn't expect the repeat, fortunately enough. Just doesn't take advantage of that. Gets out of there none, and that does mean that map control is just slightly given up. They clear the corner with the Aldrone, so they know now none has teleported off somewhere. Oh, Kajak just gets it going again. That's exactly what they need in this round, and none manages to find Cryo at the very least, but Fractioned, oh, okay. 2 ships passing in the night, but Fractioned is able to turn around in time and find that one. Nosby still hasn't managed to pick up a weapon though, so his job solely put that spike on the ground. If you die, you die. That's a sacrifice we're willing to take here. None puts himself in the corner, finds one, Fraction finds the second, and Detti Elise really just take advantage of the fact that they didn't give Fullbox 200 enough time to pick up any weapons there.
Yeah, as soon as the spikes started to get planted, the pressure was on. And it all came down, you know, that no-scope from Fraction onto Kayaks as he was going through that smoke towards the back of sight. This kill, this allowed the pressure to come in fully from both spawn and from main. And you could see it was just overwhelming. Fullbox 200 had no idea how to be set up, and now we're double digits for Detti Elise. Ults online. Full Christmas lights over full
It's looking like an arcade machine over there on Fullbox 200's side, but they need to actually make use of it. I mean, look, ults have not really been the instrumental part in this map so far, so if we can find one round here where ults make all that difference, well, this might be the one. Fraction gets to with Neon there, the Bucky in hand. Very important that you get those two, so Detti Elise just making misery compound for Fullbox 200, but they're going to find their way back into this round. None is waiting around the corner to find that next one, but Solanus has given away his position. And now, very much just playing with that aggression that we saw from Fullbox 200, maybe a bit of confidence shining through now from Detti Elise, which is exactly what they need. If they're going to move into the next map with any chance of getting into map 3 here, they just need to really push through that confidence and just go like, we're better team, we're a better team, we need to just win. Second timeout within 3 rounds here for Fullbox 200.
And you've got to do it when Fraction goes for a play like that, pushing down mid, just with the overdrive, the finger guns coming on out, and you could see Fullbox 200 had no idea what was happening. Their map control was solely focused over towards the A site. They were like, you know, we know them for aggression. They were purely wanting to hit the site, to go aggressive. And they didn't have the trips to back them up. They didn't have the Cypher holding over towards mid or holding over towards B to watch their flank. So Fraction takes advantage. And it's those moments when you think, okay, it could be someone's fault. I don't necessarily think it was Cryo's fault that happened, but where was the communication in the team for Fullbox 200?
Sure.
Okay, this gap is open. Fraction, someone could come through it. Those are the holes that they need to start to patch up if they want to stop Detti Elise getting to map point.
Yeah, this is very much not the end of the world for Fullbox 200. I'm sure they know that, but it's you know, you don't really want to be starting off the playoffs with an upset loss against Detti Elise, right? They know that they are, so far, what we've seen as one of the better teams in the stage as of what we've seen, but Northeast has always been a very what would we call it, flip-floppy, you know, all over the place region where upsets happen quite often, and you don't want to give any quarter to any of the teams you're playing against. So could start from Detti Elise, but this round was kind of always a foregone conclusion for them. They have all the money, and as we see in the real world, people with all the money seem to get all the rewards.
They do, and you can just see the Outlaw making a lot of work, doing so much damage, but it feels like, yeah, this round, a foregone conclusion. A nice little flank there from Solanist, pushing up of that box. The Sheriff finds one, but Nosby down on 4 HP. A Bulldog to his name, and a flank coming in from None. Surely, this would be the world's greatest clutch if this happens.
Very possibly. Oh, well, they know exactly where he is as well. Time to reposition, maybe. Oh, no, well, you're revealed. You're blind. Yeah, nah. That's all good. It's fine. At that point, it's okay to throw your weapon down and just put your hands up, I think. Nobody's going to blame you. All good. 12 rounds now for Detti Elise, and it looks like this map is just about going to go in their favor. It was a shaky start, but they've got things to match point here, and they have 5 chances to get this over the line.
Yeah, and I love what they had over towards top mid there as well. They had the Outlaw over towards left side, gets that first kill onto Furiosa, backs off, and then Kia was up on top of the box holding the angle. Kayaks had no idea that was going to be happening. They've got all these little micro plays, the baits and the switches going on that are really playing with Fullbox 200. And as we, you know, start to cast our minds towards Bind is great for that kind of play as well. So I'm hoping we see some little set plays over there too, but let's focus in here because we do have a buy for Fullbox 200, but None walking down mid, going for a stroll, gets noted, taken out. But Fraction is there for the trade if he wants to go for it.
That's what they need. None has been an absolute nuisance, a thorn in the side for Fullbox 200 here. Oh, and Fraction doesn't get anything out of the surprise play. Maxim is able to get one trade before getting taken out himself there. As he brings it round. This is exactly what Fullbox 200 wanted now. They've got Kaya in a 1v3 situation, and really, what are you going to do? I mean, is he going to use the ult? That would be cool. Just try and clutch it out, you know? You might as well. Go on.
If he can find a way to subtly get over towards the A site with the ult, maybe he'll probably be noted at this point. He's got the money. He doesn't need to save. Any damage he can cause to Fullbox 200 is great. Ruin their economy, mean that they can't buy full guns, full shields going into next round, because their loss bonus is gone now as well, right? So, you know, any damage is good damage.
Yeah, he's got lots of money. He gets a first kill. The trade comes out from Cryo. The aim's still on point for Kaya, but sometimes numbers do overwhelm. And Fullbox 200 get started. Pull up Miley Cyrus, it's the climb.
If they win this, you've got to start singing, I'm just saying. Right? It's got to happen at this point.
Oh no. Not a good idea.
But as we move on here, as we mentioned, the money, they've got the rifles at the very least on the attacking side. Not great shields, but the ultimates. And we've not seen these ults used on this half or the last to full extent, really. Nosby with this ult could combo it up with Salunas with the Hunter's Fury, but the Operator is now over towards B. And this is where the lurk is, but immediately takes a shot, misses. It's been noted, so they can back off, and they've left this door wide open over towards Market.
Are you gonna sing Bruno Mars if we we gotta have some kind of trade-off here?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Oh, he can't zoom in time. Zoom in scope, man. I haven't played enough FPS games in the last 6 months. I've just been playing Uma Musume pretty darling. They're not competitors, alright? Well, it's fine. Fullbox 200 back in control. Driver's seat for them. But they're all boxed in here. Mind the pun. Oh, they line up for none. That is the worst possible situation. 1 versus 3 out of nowhere, and Detti Elise, they can take it over the line finally. Watch out, none. Oh no, it's fine.
No team kills here. Yeah. Detti Elise, though, like I said, out of nowhere, Fullbox, they felt like they were in full control in that post plant, but all of a sudden they lined up. They weren't wary of the different angles that they could be open to, and all of a sudden they disappear, they fall. And now Bind, with Detti Elise in the lead, things have changed so much with that map win.
Yeah, that was really important for them, that they managed just to get the momentum back in their favor in that first half, because Fullbox 200 started things off incredibly well, and I do hope they manage to regain a little bit of confidence going into map 2, because that is what they need now. Detti Elise have just started that kind of storyline where they managed to come back against this team that has come out of nowhere, that has shocked the whole scene. And look, Detti Elise, they have been waiting for this moment, but the same thing happened in split 1. They got one map in that upper round 1, and then things started to go wrong for them. So they just need to take it over the line here, because history may just repeat itself if they're not careful.
Yeah, they need to look forward to Bind. They need to be prepared for everything there. The little set plays, I want to see that coming forward, because otherwise Fullbox 200, this could be their chance to try and come back on Bind. But as we look here, the entries, none typically not on the entry roll, up there fighting, and a huge part of the reason why Detti Elise can win out on that map.
Yeah, I think actually double duelists there really helped Detti Elise manage to get something out of that, because I think if they had a breach, it would have been a lot more difficult. They needed that extra firepower in the end. I don't think they thought they would need it to start off with, but when the chips fell, they just went, okay, we're just gonna fully go into this one and bring the aggression that we saw from Fullbox 200. So impressive stuff from Detti Elise to start off with, but it is not over. It is a best of 3. It's no longer the Swiss stage. So we will be back with map 2 very shortly. Thank you, guys.
wasn't my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground,
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Make a life for myself.
Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast, everybody. We just got done with our first map of the day between Fullbox 200 and Detti Elise, and we thought it might be a really good start to the series for Fullbox 200. It started off well for them, but they came back. Detti Elise needed that map, I think, and they got it done. So we're moving on to Bind next, which definitely the favorites for that one will be Fullbox 200. And Lotus is also looking like it would be in the favor of Fullbox 200. They managed to get that one floated. But the fact that Detti Elise didn't ban it means at the very least they're more than confident to go back onto it and give it another try.
Yeah, and I think the confidence of leaving it open, you know, it brings something to us, because we know that if Fullbox 200 are going to try and get into this, they've got to win on Lotus, and Detti Elise is leaving it open. Maybe they've got something new cooked up, but as we head to Bind, that neither team has played this at all this stage. We did see Fullbox 200 pull it out right at the beginning of the year, if you remember back to January. They weren't playing Tejo like most people were. They were playing actually a Gecko Sky variant on this map, which is a very old composition, back at the beginning of this year. So, you know, the meta's kind of stabilized again. We're seeing a lot of double controller, some double sentinel on the map now as well. But neither of these teams like that. Most like double initiator, allowing your duelists to pop off, or going for that double duelist like we see Fullbox 200 going for again.
I feel like I've been transported into 2024 when I look at Detti Elise's comp now. That is absolutely, that's the comp you get in matchmaking. That's brilliant. Love that. Fullbox 200 going more for the double duelist angle. Taking a page out of Detti Elise's book from last map with the Yoru. So yeah, I do like the look for both teams here. Very different kind of ideas going into this one, but obviously everything centering as per usual around the Viper Brimstone double controller there.
Yeah, and I think these compositions are kind of like perfect looks into the minds, the workings of these teams, because Fullbox 200, they want to run at you. right? They want to run on in, overwhelm you, throw everything at you. That's what the Raze and the Euro is going to do. Detti Elise kind of looked a little bit off on Sunset despite the win, because their composition double duelist, it didn't really lean into how they were playing. Whereas now you've got that Gecko with the regenerative utility and the Viper to allow you to, toxin up, toxin down. They can really play this slower game, which was working for them very well on Sunset. So I'm excited to see that now in their hands, and maybe this could be a pretty good map for them. They've not necessarily wanted to go here. They've never picked this map. They've banned it a couple of times. So maybe it was, their dark horse, their secret map.
Yeah, this is the thing. I do remember a similar situation. I can't remember if it was the last split or split one with Metasport, where they had never played Bind for for a year basically, and they just went, you know what, in the middle of playoffs we're gonna go Bind for the first time. We're all like, what's that? Weirdest pick I've ever seen, and they dominated on it for the rest of playoffs. So I don't know if this is a similar situation where the Bind is just the dark horse map for everybody. It's always been a mainstay in this region. Back in the day, back in 2021 or something, if I looked at a Fullbox composition like that with no Sentinel, I'd have been like, you are crazy, you're going to lose. But that's just the thing now. Just doesn't really happen as much that we get those Sentinels coming through when you have the option of those double controllers and the double duelist or double initiator. There's a lot to think about now that we've got all of these new agents in the game. Detti Elise gets started with the first pistol kill.
Yeah, the shorty at long range, not the one for Furiosa. Fraction going to re-peek into that angle. There is going to be Wingman planting the spike, everyone backing off over towards, where they were coming from. But we've still got Basia on this long, far away flanked, watching for anything behind them. But the retake, it comes on in. It's going to be slow because there's a lot of layers to this from Detti Elise.
Yeah, no Viper for the retake either on this one, taken out straight away. So Detti Elise definitely with the advantage in this, and now they have to clear a lot of different angles between these two people, and just the classic from that range is slightly off target. And Detti Elise will start things off, but that's kind of what you expect is going to happen with these two different compositions on this map to get started here. So Detti Elise, I mean, they need these first two rounds, I would say. The attacking half is going to be very important for them. Obviously, you look at it and you're like, but they're running double control. Yeah, well, double controller is basically required on this map, so that's not that. Look, both of these teams are running compositions that are going to be way more useful on attack to begin with, right? You've got double initiator or double duelist, so they're just going to try and overwhelm on both sides here, and I do think Fullbox 200 are more accustomed to that as a playstyle. So I think Detti Elise need to have a very good start to the very good first half, but I'm open to being corrected on that one. I would like to see a good defensive half from either of these teams.
I think if we're going to see a good defensive, it's going to be from Detti Elise, but their attack so far... Oh, Basia with a nasty shot there. This is exactly what you want to see. They are slow, clearing their corners, taking down kayaks there as well. They know B-site is going to be a lot weaker, but they can still play pretty slow. They took out someone over towards A showers, so maybe it could be open. They could be looking to a TP, but Cryo has filled in the gap.
Yeah. We'll see, what can he do? Classic again, but he just gets taken out by the Guardian. Very quick. And Nosby from that distance isn't going to get much done. It is all going to be up to the Marshal. Nothing done for it. No shots landed. Oh wait, no, sorry, one shot landed. A classic shot onto none. Never mind. Horrific. That's bad luck. That's bad luck. I was going to say if no shots landed on them, that's an easy win on the map. But never mind. That is it's a good round from Detti Elise. You kind of expected it to happen, but this is the important one for them. If they can get a few kills on this bonus, things are looking up for them.
And crucially, with none getting those kills, getting the orbs, getting the plant, we've now got Thrash online, and Gecko Thrash on Bind is incredible. Both sites great. It's great for clearing out the space, the intermediate space towards sites, and immediately used over towards Hookah. They're trying to win this with everything they've got.
Yeah, I think Overwhelm is going to be the name of the game for a lot of this one, but especially on these rounds where you don't have the weaponry to really push into it. But they make that first rifle in their arsenal work incredibly well. Fraction just gets a kill through smoke. Whether by an inch or a mile, getting across the a line is to your favor. And taking out the Brimstone, actually, very good first pick to get.
Yeah, no more smokes. They've still got the Viper Wall on the defense if they need to use it, but that Toxin, it takes a while to build back up again now. Still waiting around B long. Detti, Elise, this pause, it's making Fullbox 200 think, but they are coming towards the B site as they stroll on in with their util now.
Oh, such a brilliant reveal. Two taken out for it as well, and Kaka tries to get something done with the classic, but as we've seen so far in this map, it's really not getting anything done from the long ranges that we're seeing it used. Solanist is trying to play well here, and yeah, that's just good from Fullbox 200, making sure that they didn't let themselves get run over in that one. They still take 3 casualties, but I think that is fine considering what they were up against there.
Yeah, the ult used by none, didn't find anything, weren't going to be able to get that back up, but that haunt from Nosby is so huge. Like, that is, like, that kind of haunt can win you an entire round, and I think it did. Seeing those bodies through the smoke was what allowed Fullbox 200 to get a couple of kills, and then coming in for the retake despite Wingman planting. And now going into this, yes, they lost a fair few people. Cryo has to buy up a Stinger, Furiosa on a Guardian, although we've seen that used by none to a great extent already, so, you know, maybe that's okay. But now we're seeing a little set play, it looks like here, over towards B long. This haunt likely to be able to hit Fountain. Meanwhile, there are a few members from Detti Elise there.
Indeed. Elise is getting aggressive here. It's a good reveal. He gets one. That's all they needed there. Cryo is once again taken out. He has not had a good time in just surviving the first 20 seconds of the round so far. Not able to bring any value into anything if you can't even use your gun at any point. Lots of space being taken. Let's just fill up the whole screen with smokes. Bazir has just moved into the back line out of nowhere here. Heroes are making a lot of noise, and I don't think they want any part of that. Detti at least set their sights over towards B instead.
Yeah, and the TP being taken by both the Vipers there. It was noted by Maxime here on the Brimstone. Saw them go through the TP, and they can now just walk over towards A. Again, Detti at least, they like to play slow. Yeah, they like to make you think, and, you know, it's great for us. We get to yap more. It's great for you at home. You get to see more Valorant. You know, that's always good.
Yeah, you get to see more people clearing corners like a SWAT team. Yeah, that's exactly what the people want.
Diligent gameplay. It's fun to watch sometimes.
Yeah, true.
Right?
You know what? Look, if you're not watching to get better at the game yourself, then what are you doing? For entertainment value?
No, not here. Surely.
I don't know about that. There's nothing entertaining about us. Jesus. But it is important now for Fullbox to damage control here. Just make sure, because they have got players on low money, so their next buy is going to be all over the place. No matter what, whether they win the round or not, they just want to make sure that they take some rifles away from Detti Elise, because the economy game definitely got away from them last map, and a repeat of that would not be a good look for them.
No, and Kia should spot the gun barrel, yeah. Oh, okay, we're getting spicy up here, the body shooting.
Wow.
Feeling confident.
Careful.
This could end up absolutely stabbing them in the back with that as well, but, you know, playing into the mental game a little bit, we like to see it, and this is yet another great round from Detti Elise. Are we going to see the body shooting? Yeah, we are. In slow-mo.
In slow-mo, come on.
But like, that was a great round. Basia using the smokes. You mentioned it was just a flood of smokes on the screen. Couldn't see anything. But that's how you want to be playing Viper, right? Basia really taking advantage, and a little bit of a missed wall there actually from Furiosa. It's not gone over towards the A site. Don't think Detti Elise have noticed, as they're leaning over towards B long again, trying to take control of the extremities in the start of the round.
Yeah, it's been working out well for them so far and just soaking up a bit of pressure. They have been taking casualties, but that's not the end of the world. That's absolutely fine. A high-low means that Maxim does get hit by the Marshal, but can be healed up. That's the benefit of using a Sky. I bet you all forgot about that one. Having healers in your team? Mad.
Hey, my teammates are only saying to do that.
In 2025. Could not be a single team in 2025.
I mean, hey, we could have gone to Icebox. We might have seen a Sage there.
Maybe. I do like to see Sky back in the meta, though.
Yeah, like, I mean, the Sky nerf,
but...
like, I could rant about the Sky nerf for a very long time. I was very angry about that.
I can't even remember what the last... I think I had a bit of a... Oh, I had a Clove phase, obviously, in the last time I played. I haven't really opened up the game other than to check out new features for a little while. But I escaped from competitive. I'm reformed. But Detti Elise starting things off once again very well. They've been doing very well in just keeping hold of rounds that they should have, right? Not dying to ecos in the way that you do see a lot of teams doing in kind of the pro scene as a whole, I guess. Getting taken out by sheriffs all over the place, but it's good from Detti Elise. I like the caution. While it may not be the most exciting thing to watch in the world, it's getting them rounds.
Yeah, and they're going to need everything they can to get, to get the win here on Bind. We talked about it. It's not a map we're expecting them to do well on, but they are dominating so far.
They're doing really well. Wow.
Yeah, like the 4-1, another flawless from Samsung Odyssey OLED. Like, they are just looking so unstoppable at this point. We saw timeouts used very quickly, very back to back from Fullbox 200 on Sunset. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same kind of thing coming up soon, because they need to try and work out how to fix it. And Kayak's operator is absolutely one of those ways of trying to do it. The op, especially over towards A, if you can control showers for long enough, it could be brutal, especially if Bastio's lurking over there. But now we're getting the full force of the utility. A brawl over showers, Kayaks is going to be forced back here with the op. Ooh,
he gets his first. Yeah, that is good enough. Good anti on the flash. And gets it done. And that's what you want to see, just steady aim. No need for anything too flashy with the operator there. That's not quite the angle. Is he going to push it? He's going to push it. Can he get that kill onto Fraction? We've seen a lot of these kind of just miss by a hair, but it's a headshot clean off the shoulders from Fraction, and this is where things start to turn around. Once you've got an operator in hand that can really do damage, you're going to start putting a bit of fear into Detti Elise, and they're going to start playing even slower, and possibly getting into situations where they're not getting the spike down by the end of the round. And you can see that caution coming through now. They're going to use that I mean, what would you even call it? The can't think of the word. Very cool, Viper Smoke. No, I'm trying to. I can't think of the right word. It's gone. The moment is gone. The wordplay would not be funny anymore. So must be aware of the luck really, really well. This is the thing, when you don't play with Sentinels, which is kind of the thing that you do in this meta, you need to be incredibly aware of lurks happening on this map.
Yeah, and immediately here, just getting surrounded. Like I said, the lurks, not necessarily happening there for Fullbox 200, but Detti Elise, they were trying to go for things. Bastia got up past every single piece of that Fade utility really well, avoiding the Prowlers, avoiding the Haunts, but it all accounted to nothing because of the awareness from Fullbox 200. No timeout needed, just the operator to find those kills. And now this is where we talk about momentum again, a pattern forming. Do we stick to the pattern? Do we go to a win-win loss, win-win loss for the side of Detti Elise, almost mirroring what happened on Sunset? Or are they going to try and break it? For Fullbox 200, the operator, again, same position, same fight.
They're ready for it that time, though. Thing is, Kagix has to check pretty much every angle if he's going to peek that late. It doesn't work. Oh, God. You take out none with the showstopper, though. And that definitely brings things back. Not in their favor, but definitely settles the score just a little bit there. As Maxim is going to look for something. Solanus takes him out with a really, really nice peek. And the problem now is that they have to ferry the spike somewhere. I think they know that it did drop outside of showers, so they're very aware of that. That's not how you do that. Oh, but they know where Kaya is, and they've stuck him in the corner. Try and get him out of there without Furiosa or just spray through the edge of the box. That is a well-formulated round from them. Bringing that operator into the next round was so important.
Yeah, and although there's a big bank behind Detti Elise now, you can see how the original plan of working slow, it's not working out so much anymore, because Fullbox 200, they're finding their timings. They're finding these little peaks, using the ultimate there from Solanus just to get a kill. They're finding these individual moments to shine, and it's working so well. We're now seeing the op move over towards A short, and this is again where the fight is starting.
Just over towards A short, in A short. Fortunately, he's ready for it.
Wow.
I was going to say I just remembered the word for what I would call that Viper wall, and it is oblique. is obliquely cutting through A short there. But it's worked out. He's just had good enough reactions to hold that one down, and Detti Elise start planting. I feel like Solanist could have been taken advantage of in that position if they hadn't started planting, but they got the job done in the end. Furiosa is going to come in clutch once again in triple hit. It's taken down by Maxim this time, brings it into a 3v3. Spike on the ground. The advantage is in the hands of Detti Elise, and now Fullbox 200 have to clear a lot of corners, and with an operator in hand, that's going to be a little more difficult here.
Yeah, operator, and specifically there's a lot of post-plant utility. The nades should be landing any moment soon. The spamming through the smoke, it's working out, but no! Cryo comes on in. The molly dissipates, surely. And yeah, the round...
Oh man, I don't think he needed to... Alright.
Yeah, he's fine. He's alive, he gets the defuse, and just about Fullbox 200 are going to even this up, but that was tight for a moment there.
Yeah. I mean, they played it as well as they could have, I think, in that situation, where you've only got 2 rifles, but you have to be pushing them down. Cryo really just played bodyguard. These two are like, okay, you've got the operator, you have to start defusing. When that molly came down, just push out and try and displace those players. It's a difficult situation to be in where, Detti Elise have had enough time to get into favorable, somewhat, post-plant positions, and you actually have to push them down as the defenders. But Fullbox 200 have done well enough. We've talked about their fundamentals quite a lot, and that is one of those fundamentals coming through to even up the scoreline.
Yeah, and now the operator pushing forward, confidence from Kayaks. Oh, looking a little bit high on top of the box, and Maxime was so ready for it, and that's the op down, and now A site is pretty much open. Not that they know Furiosa now pushing aggressive, but Maxime's still jump spotting. So as the Skydog walks over towards Hookah, they know a fair few people, so this could be a fight over sand now.
They know that they'd have want to just check if that operator was still on the ground. Solanist takes advantage of Kaya's just bare miss. I mean, bullet whizzing through the hair there. Manages to get that one. And while Detti Elise have looked really good at the start of this round, they still haven't taken much map control. They use the wall to get in towards A, but Furiosa is ready to clear the corner, does a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Basia is going to be taken out just for trying to take a little more space for the team and slow down the attack here of Fullbox 200. Solanist gets one more to the tally, and now it's time for the rest of the team to wake up. Fraction takes himself out with the showstopper, but still manages to take out the important player here. Cryo could do some work if he figures out where None is with his ult, but no, it's not going to be good enough. He has to clear every corner, doesn't know where None is. Detti Elise just about get that one over the line.
And now they halt the momentum crucially, right? This is the thing we were scared of. This is what we saw, where Detti Elise, they managed to come back, and now they're stopping the same from happening by Fullbox 200. The pattern was broken, but now Detti Elise with that round win, getting up to 5. We're not seeing a mirror image of Sunset anymore, but we've still got a good buy from Fullbox 200. We've still got the operator online. If they lose this, then that could be everything, but they've got 3 powerful ultimates to try and win out this round. The Viper's Pit likely over towards B, and then everything else for whatever they need to do on the retake. So Fullbox 200, they have the tools to win this round.
And they've conditioned Detti Elise into playing incredibly passively at the start of the round off the back of all of the peaks that Kajix has done with that operator. Now he's playing a lot more passively over towards the teleporter on B this time around, but still you can just see that Detti Elise are holding a pretty solid line over towards their side of the map. Kajix is going to be revealed by the... Ooh. No, that could have been disastrous there, but Basia takes out Solanist. I don't think Kajix is even going to be contested here. There's no reason to do anything over towards B long if you can just keep defaulting and getting kills here for Detti Elise.
Oh, but he's going aggressive again.
Yeah.
And it's these aggressive peaks. I think he's getting a little bit too over-eager trying to be the hero. Just that little bit too much, because we saw that not work over towards the A site outside of showers against Maxime, and now A site is open and it's only Cryo there, and he's great when he's on the Cypher, when he's got his chips to work off, but he's only got the smokes, only got the molly, and they all go down and the take comes on in.
Yeah, oh man, those smokes complicate things a lot for everybody involved. He's going to sit in triple for the time being. Throws out the molly. It's a bit too late. It's not going to stop anything from happening here. But Furiosa is coming in from behind with the operator. Man, that's not the flanking gun, I wouldn't call it. But needs to get a little more done here. Oh, Nosby can't find a single kill. 1v5. I mean, Cryo, you got it in the locker. You got it in the locker. I don't know if you got it in the locker in the time that you have remaining, though. So we'll see if he can get some exits on the back of this one, or maybe he just plays as safe as possible and saves that weapon.
Yeah, at this point, with the money so low, he's just got to save. Doesn't want to risk giving anything up. And you can see the hunting from Detti Elise. Yeah. Completely the wrong area of the map, but they know no better. And Detti Elise will get up to 6 now. And Twiggy, this is where, as Fullbox 200, you're like, oh, okay, we've got to think. We've got to talk. Cryo does get an exit because none just runs into him. Yeah, but now Fullbox 200, the money bad, the ults incredible, and they need a timeout to work out how they're going to use these ultimates because they have 4 against 2. Yes, much weaker weaponry. But this map, we talk about desperation on Sunset. This map, this is now desperation for Fullbox 200. They do not want to allow, like I said, an upset win against them in the first round of playoffs. That will not spell well for the rest of their run.
Yeah, I hate to sound like a Sunday League manager, but it really does feel like Detti at least want it more. They've come into this one, and it just seems like they're winning because they have some fire under them. It may come down to the fact that obviously their split 1 performance saw their run end here, right? In the first game, or well, I guess technically the second game in a double elimination bracket, but they only got into round 1 of the playoffs. I think they just want to get further than that. They just really want to get further than that, and it's looking good from them so far. They still need to do a lot of hard work though, because if they don't get this map, they need to go into a map that they have a 20% win rate on. They know this. They know that this is probably their best chance to get it done. But still, I mean, things are looking good for them. I wouldn't say they look in control, but every round they are doing damage, and that is, you can see that in the economy, right? The fact that there's only 2 rounds between them, and yet Detti at least have so much better economy in this round is definitely reflecting in the outcomes of these rounds.
It is, and it almost always starts over towards this A short. Nothing found, and oh, I love that view from the observers showing us over the top of that wall as A site is open. Yes, you have to watch out for Solanist over towards showers, but you know, if he's having a bath, that's fine. You know, he can go in there. Fraction just clearing out the close angles, and now so many ults. The Viper's Pit, the Grim ult as well, and Solanist getting that kill is huge for Fullbox 200.
Yeah, it's a really good zoning ult. It doesn't just deny the plant, it fully pushes them out of the area, and the way it got filled up there by the Viper's Pit has made things incredibly awkward now for everyone involved. I think None is going to try and come through from the side. He gets 2 down, and that's all of the distraction they needed here. Nosby gets 1, almost finds the shot onto None as well. It's just Furiosa left. They don't know where he's coming from just yet, but they're checking everything, and there you go. Now they know, and with a stinger at this range, never really going to happen. None finds the 4th kill, and it is going to be scrounging for that 5th round for Fullbox 200.
Yeah, and they invested 2 ultimates, 2 big ones as well. The Grim ult and the Raze ult both going in, both finding value in terms of in the moment, right? You're pushing people out of the Viper's Pit, you're pushing people away from the plant, allowed Solanus to get that 1st kill, but you're not finding the round win. And on an eco investing those ults, you need to be finding the value out of them in the end, and it didn't happen. So now they're going to this, they've just got the 2 ults left. Dimensional Drift and Viper's Pit can be huge, but they are contending against Nunn's Thrash.
Well, double operator attack. Detti Elise. It might actually work out. Speful, I keep calling him that. Maxim that finds 1 kill, gets traded out. Which obviously is the risk of running that operator on a character such as Brimstone. No way of getting out of there.
Filling in the space though is Furiosa. This is nice. Hookah's back under their control.
Not bad at all. Fullbox 200 will be quite happy that they got that out of their hands, but they're not going to think that there's going to be another operator to come up against at any point in the round. So they do need to be careful when they're taking that fight on long. They can hear the footsteps. They know that there are people there at the very least. There's mind games in the mid-round.
Oh, and faking that they're looking to rejoin over to Basia. The second TP, and you can see the rotation starting to head on over. And yeah, None going to be using this Thrash, create some space, try and push Solanas off of the line. Yep, he's out his backside, but his teammates are coming.
Yeah, it's good timing to try and catch some players coming out of showers, but they just managed to get around the corner in time. Nosby makes up for the lack of kills that he got last round there. Tyra's getting on the board. Furiosa, trades going back and forth. They're favoring Fullbox 200 so far. Cactus comes out of his ult at just the right time, but he gets taken out somehow, and it's Furiosa once again in a 1v2, and once again he gets taken out by None. Detti Elise should not have had that round, but here we are. Fullbox 200 only have one player positive right now.
Yeah, and this is just Detti Elise's map. They've been hiding this from us the entirety of lower and upper Swiss, but they're just looking so good, and there's been some good moments, but this was a first half for Detti Elise.
Alright everybody, you join us here in half 2 of map 2 between Fullbox 200 and Detti Elise. A series that, going into it, I mean look, Fullbox 200, on paper, definitely the favourite to win this one, going 3-0 in the upper Swiss stage. Only 2 teams can do that. They are one of the 2 alongside Formulation Gaming. But Detti Elise built a lot of momentum in map 1 on Sunset, and they seem to have brought it into the server on Bind as well, and this may just be look, we call it an upset win just because of what we see on paper. These 2 teams are probably very evenly matched. In reality, we know how Swiss stages can kind of twist things in terms of the actual story, but it's still impressive from Detti Elise, and this would be the furthest they have ever gotten in a Northeast stage this year, considering they went out in round 1 in split 1.
Yeah, it'd be the furthest for most of the players on an individual level as well. And for once, for Fullbox 200, we're seeing them slow down, allowing just, their duelists to try and find some space over towards either of the extremities. And, Kayaks thinks he's sniffed out the weaker side, but there's 4 members of Detti Elise, a trap, waiting to pounce on the members of Fullbox 200 as they walk towards the site. The utility will give it away, and you can see the utility ready from the defenders to jump onto them and take them out before the spike goes down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, here we go. Suddenly, out comes the aggression from Fullbox 200. It took them some time to work up the courage to get going, but oh no, it really hasn't worked out for them immediately. The paint grenade has done all of the work, and now they just need to run down the timer as much as they can, Detti Elise. If you can't get the spike down, they cannot get anything out of this round unless he comes rushing at you. None has been on fire this map so far on the get-go. He does it again.
Yeah, what a setup. As soon as that exit comes on through, they flash, they then dizzy over the top of it, layered on top, and it's just impossible. You're blind as Fullbox 200 running into a site. You get taken down. There are some trades. It comes down to that 1 versus 2, but like you said, none. 18 and 6 on the Gecko as well. Not typically something you see getting those kind of numbers, but just looking great. And now Fullbox 200 down to an eco. They've got the Marshall again. They like to have kayaks on these, you know, scope guns, but the Outlaw over towards Showers. It's going to be keep an eye out for the opposing number.
Yeah. It's really going to be a 1v1 versus the Outlaw here as well. Need to hit that head. Oh, got the body shot, which is a deterrent at the very least. Fraction just going to head on back after that one.
The heal's on the other side of the map too, so they can't really get healed up.
Unless he goes on the long haul here. Lemon over towards B. He's going to make the trek, but in the meantime, Detti Elise is still holding things down on the A side. Didn't need him. All good. He is going to get healed up in the end, Fraction, and that brings them well back up to a full 5-man. With the hold they've got over towards A so far, it has been really good, but they're going to need to bolster up those numbers, I think.
Yeah, the spike, it should go down here relatively easily with Furiosa. Gorgeous shot, and now it's a 4 versus 3, and now in the post plant, Fullbox 200, they could do some big damage here.
Yeah, get a couple of heads and you're looking pretty decent. They just want to make it so not all of those Bulldogs can be picked back up. So 2 more kills would be really, really good for them. In moves Fraction. Oh my god, looking for something out of there. Bastia takes 1 out. He's blind, and Solanus is going to take advantage of that. He just can't find the movement accuracy there to pick up the 2nd kill. And in the end, Detti Elise are going to be relatively happy with that round. Fullbox 200 just really haven't got into this at all at any point. You can see still only 1 player going positive so far. Everybody else just kind of struggling to get those numbers up.
Yeah, it is just a little bit rough. You see literally no players positive anymore.
No players positive anymore.
No players positive. 3 with only 6 kills as well. And, you know, they've all got full shields. They know that the Outlaw was saved, but that's now forced a couple of them down to Guardians. Kayak specifically with this now, because obviously you had the Marshall in the previous round. And now B is where the fight starts. Both teams fighting over it. The early Viper Orb down the bottom of B long to try and force them back. But Solanus going solo up and aggressive. Takes down 1, but the trade is there.
I think we're looking for more and more trades here, though. None did take a lot of damage, but Fullbox 200, again, they would have liked to go aggressive there. And I think on a better day, we would have seen them go for that kill onto None, but None is being given the opportunity to back up. I mean, at the very least, they got rid of the Sky. There's going to be no healing off the back of that. But, I mean, Fullbox 200 find themselves in a position, once again, where they haven't made inroads anywhere yet.
But the pause has given a little bit of a doubt over to Detti Elise. They've moved 3 members over to the A side, but B is where it's ending, so it all comes down to Bastia. If he can stop anyone coming from hookah, at the very least they have that and CT to help the retake. So it's going to be the Viper fight over in hookah first.
I mean, Fullbox 200 are taking their sweet time, though. So maybe, yeah, we start to see just a tentative rotation back towards it. None looking like he wanted to help out over at B. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case in the end. Maybe warned off, but there we go. As the utility comes on through, they're going to go for it. Furiosa takes out Bastia. That's the hard work done. Now they can get the spike down, get into some good post-plant positions. It may just be, I mean, you're really going to save a Bulldog?
Yeah, if you're Maxime, you've got the money. You kind of maybe want to look for exits, fractioned as well. Yeah, going to look for Furiosa. See if they can find any distance over towards Sands. Damage is good.
At the very least. Yeah, the Vandal is a good idea to keep in hand, so None is going to head over towards Spawn, but everybody else... Okay, now you might as well go for it. Fraction is moving up now. Picks up 1 more weapon. Is he going to bank that, or is he going to go... Yeah, he's going to bank that. Look for more exits. That's absolutely fine. I mean, look, coming away with 2 rifles out of that one, not too bad. Take that. Oh, never mind. The exits are going to have to come through now, and oh, no, you don't get any. Well, save the one that you came into the round with. That's about it.
And at the end of the day, they've still got the money to buy up next, right? This was a very good bonus, all things considered. They did a little bit of damage. They forced Kayaks to keep hold of that Guardian as well. No bigger rifle aid would be picked up, so at least one player from Fullbox 200 not on a Phantom or a Vandal, so, you know, that's pretty solid, but that does mean Detti Elise's economy is a little bit rougher. They've not got super close to any big ultimates, Fractioned and None, both 2 away, and that's not matched by anyone from the side of Fullbox 200, so they've got a chance there to find an advantage with the ults, but they need to be looking for a bit more. A nice little combo there over towards Showers to get that in control of Fullbox 200, force Fraction back, and now Detti Elise, they want to try and reclaim some space.
Yeah, I don't think they're comfortable just sitting back and letting Fullbox 200 have the run over the map, especially since Fullbox 200 have very much changed up their playstyle since we saw them on Sunset here. They've started to slow things down a lot more, which, I mean, look, it's a good sign for Detti Elise, but also it means that you have to be a lot more attentive. None, again, he's really just not stepping a foot wrong so far in this map, and takes a kill, gets out of there. Doesn't want to ruin that beautiful KD he's built up. Cryo takes out Basia. 3v3.
Yeah, a 3v3 looking to try and get the spike down. They should be able to get it. The smoke stopping any form of immediate aggression from the side of Detti Elise. But they've still got a lot of utility to try and flood back towards site.
Yeah, let's see if None can add any more to the tally here, but it is going to be Fractioned and Maxim that try and make their way out of spawn first. Clearing first the corner, Cubby. Maxim gets the trade. 2v2 now, and None is going to have to make some inroads here. Coming through from elbow, gets taken out. 1 kill from Maxim. He has to pick up a new weapon. The time is ticking down. He has to push out of there, and he does manage to find the kill, and that is a killing blow for Fullbox 200. They could not lose that round. That was the banker, and they still managed to get clutched out.
They've got some money in the bank still, but Maxime winning that out is incredibly huge for the side of Detti Elise. They are looking to try and get the upset. The 3k on the round as well, puts them 1 away from that orbital strike. They've got the Thrash on None, and we've seen that used incredibly well before. And this is now a shoddy buy from Fullbox 200. They've got a Stinger and a Sheriff. They've had to buy up full shields because they know the Outlaw's probably going to be on the other side, and it's down towards B-Long, but they're heading A. A Showers fight to start with again.
Little more confidence. What they need. They pause now. Oh, Solanus loses his life, and that's just, again, the same toll that we have heard at the start of most of these rounds here. Furiosa tries to even things up, and Nosby running around the corner with the Stinger will find another one. That's a very important kill as well. You can't count Detti Elise out just yet. Fraction finds Furiosa as he gets a little bit too overzealous trying to make space and let his teammates get that rotation going. This could be big from Cryo. Wait, no, they're backing up into it. They managed to get the kill. He went in backwards. Oh, Lord. Detti Elise are just ready for anything right now.
Will they be ready for Kayak? So he's pushed up nice and aggressive, and yeah, no.
He gives it up.
Gives it up, walks towards the showstopper, and it's over. It's just Nosby left. A Stinger.
I didn't even manage to pick up a weapon. Oh, no. That's heartbreaking, that round. That just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for Fullbox 200. Not necessarily through any fault of their own. We have the veil down. We can see everything happening on both sides, but just every decision they made was unfortunately a misplay there. That push out of the smoke, staying in the teleporter, Kajik's turning back around to face the showstopper. Everything they did was a misplay completely accidentally. They had no way of knowing that Detti Elise were ready for every single thing that they had in their playbook there, but that is exactly what has happened, and the last-ditch timeout from Fullbox 200 is all they've got left in the bank.
Yeah, none used from Detti Elise either, but Nosby using the Nightfall means that, you know, they are down that Initiator ultimate. You know, the Initiator ult's usually really powerful compared to everything else, but they've still got a lot of big ults on the fence, as you call it. They're 1 away from 3. They've got the Viper's Pit on the attack side. Post plants, when you've got the Viper's Pit down, can be so difficult to retake back into, but there's a Thrash. there's an orbital strike on the other side. Detti Elise have what they need to try and fight back into it. And if they can win out here, a 13-5 on a map they hadn't shown before at all, that is a statement going into upper bracket round 2 if they can win out here.
If is the word now. Detti Elise have so many chances to take this over the line here. I mean, look, you got the Viper's Pit coming up, plenty of ults for Fullbox 200, but the fact that they're going to have to invest all of those this round is going to be a little difficult for them. They're going to take that space, take the orb, so they can have one more online net. Thrash used very, very early on by Detti Elise just to get info. Didn't really find anything, which means they're probably towards B. As it is, Kagux just moves on through. Kaya, probably should have full peeked that one, but the blind is absolutely perfect. Somehow the timing is on point. None takes out one, Kaya takes out two. That's about it. I think that's all she wrote. Kaya was pushed out of hookah there. That's just stuck in the corner.
And look at Fractioned.
Oh yeah, no, the position is so good. This could be it. One down, one remaining. Solonis has to do it all by himself, and he can't even move away from the paint grenade, let alone get the kill. 13-5 for Detti Elise. And out of nowhere, they have come back into this series and really shown us what they are capable of. That's absolutely brilliant from them. That's the furthest they've ever gotten in a Northeast stage. I'm proud of them. That was really, really good.
It was. They've had a fair few changes since stage 2 where, they barely made it through Upper Swiss. They came 9th, I think, in stage 2, and now they made the changes, added in Fractioned and Maxime, and they are now looking so good. Upper Swiss, this stage for them, it was okay, right? They came through pretty well. Lower Swiss was a little bit rough, and now look at them beating out one of the 3-0 teams to go up to the upper brackets. Like, this is outstanding, and a little bit of an upset, I'm gonna say it, but they just they've shown what they're capable of, and now everyone's gonna be a little bit worried about facing them in the future.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, a lot of the teams that we are looking at as kind of teams that we know well and we expect to perform, we're going to be seeing tomorrow. But our next game is also just going to be one of those ones where it really sets up kind of who we are seeing as the contenders, the people that are going to be able to kind of really push further into this competition and try and cause upsets here. So Detti Elise doing a really good job of taking down kind of the new guard there in Fullbox 200. And look, again, the Swiss stage is the Swiss stage. You can have very simple matchups a lot of the time, and you don't get the full picture when you're playing best of ones, but that's still an impressive performance for Detti Elise, and it puts them on a really, really good stage, because I mean, the next team they're going to be coming up against is whoever wins our next game today, right? Metasport versus Boars Gaming, and I think either of those teams they can do a really good job against.
Yeah, they've absolutely got that potential. You can see there a lot of the highlights kind of split between both teams, but we've got to talk about None. The Gecko player just coming out on top. The utility as well, but this wasn't just kills. This wasn't just assists. Only one first kill. The utility, the flashes combined with Kaya's sky, bird flashes too. It was just unstoppable, and they looked so good, both utility-wise and with their fighting. And now on the other side, no one from Fullbox 200 managed to get even on the kills.
Not even close.
No.
I mean, Solonis tries his best to round out that scoreline towards the end of the map, but still just not quite making it work. And yeah, they were shut out of every single round in that map. I'm incredibly impressed by the map control from None. They're playing on Gecko in that map. I mean, look, that's a very kind of old, not quite meta composition that we saw from them. So the fact that they managed to make it work on a map that we didn't really see at all from either team there is really, really good. Bind always seems to be a bit of a dark horse for teams. A lot of teams don't really want to play it. Not necessarily. They'll leave it as a float, or they might ban it out as their second ban. But it's always kind of a pleasure to see it. We do have an interview ready with Fractioned here from the winners. And I mean, welcome. Congratulations.
Hello.
Amazing game. First off, I just need to ask, look, this is the furthest you guys as Detti Elise have gotten in a Northeast stage. are you happy that you managed to make it work finally? I mean, like the first game that you have won in a playoff stage in Northeast.
I mean, to be honest, I only joined them this split, but I'm happy with how far we've gotten. In the lower Swiss, we were looking like very, very shaky. We made it through to the upper Swiss from a tiebreaker, but throughout the 2-3 weeks, we've improved a lot, and we managed to beat the team that beat us in lower Swiss. So we're really happy with our improvements and how we play as a team today.
And so, like, coming into this team over from Wild, right? How have you managed to integrate so quickly? Because it seems like this team synergy is there and it's working so well for you. How was that integration?
I mean, they asked me to trial like 1 month ago, and I played trials with them, and everything, like, it felt really good. Like, everything clicked instantly, and Maxim in our team is also new, and we just went together and we played really good. Yeah.
Great. I mean, look, I this is usually always the same answer from teams that we ask this kind of question to. It's, you know, we just played our own game. But coming up against Fullbox 200, they're one of the 2 teams that got that 3-0, and they have looked quite intimidating as a team, I think, especially as a new team, kind of an unknown quantity coming into this one. What were you thinking coming into this? Because I know the map pool was a little scary. Obviously, Lotus is a map that you guys have quite a unfortunate win rate on in this stage so far, and you left that as a float. So what was kind of the thoughts going into the map veto there?
I mean, a lot of our maps, we changed our comps a lot throughout the last week, and we've just tried to play comfort, playing double duelist on Sunset, for example. And going into bind, we haven't played bind in official yet, I'm pretty sure, but we only practiced it a couple times. It was their pick, but we still managed to play out good. We just knew if we would play as a team together and play properly, we would beat them.
Yeah, I mean, it worked very well for you, but I'm going to ask you to look ahead to the future, because you've got a good matchup coming up next. I think it's going to be on Monday now, because you've won out here. Boars, do you want to play against them, or do you want to play against their opponents? I think they are going up against, who was it, Metasport. Which of those do you think you can go up against? Which do you want to face?
I mean, I don't mind, to be honest. I think it would be a good game either way, but it would be nice to play against Metasport, see if we can get our revenge.
Okay, great. Well, I do hope you manage to get a good result in that one as well. Thank you so much for having a chat with us, Fraction. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to the rest of the team in getting further than they have managed to this year as well. It's a really great achievement. So I hope to see some more of you in the playoffs.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. I mean, look, a great performance there. And look, we didn't know exactly what to expect, but we did think that Fullbox 200 would be coming away with the win there. So a 2-0 victory is definitely a good look for Detti, Elise, moving through on this one. And once again, we're having this kind of thing in Northeast where there is a change of the guard. Once again, I mean, as I mentioned in the pre-show, Enterprise Esports really are the only team that have been a mainstay in all of the playoffs so far. So maybe Detti, Elise, they start to make a name for themselves here. They've kind of been on the sidelines up until this point, but now they're definitely a contender. They're going to be up towards the top 4 very shortly.
Yeah, one more win and they're through, and they are up into Challengers EMEA, which would be incredible for them coming up through this year. But we've still got one more matchup today. We're going to see who's going to face Detti, Elise in the upper bracket semi-finals, and it's Boars versus Metasport. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm very excited for this matchup because there's so much that could go on. We'll talk about more after the break, I'm sure. But like, there's so many things because these two teams, they have faced before as well.
Yeah, I am excited. It should be a close game. It should be an exciting game. We will be back with that very shortly. We're going to head to a quick break so you guys can get a little bit of late lunch, maybe. I don't know. Depends what time zone you're in. But we'll see you guys very shortly.
they been on it. Jump on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Beside get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fall, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. They hey. Ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for sure, get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Welcome back to the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast, everybody. We have got one series done in quite quick fashion. Fullbox 200 were dismissed off by Detti, Elise very quickly, but we're on to our second series of the day. So if you're a Metasport fan, if you are a Boars fan, it's time for you to shine. Here we go. Metasport versus Boars. And Metasport, obviously a new look to this team. Once again, they shuffle their roster every single season, so it's absolutely not a surprise whatsoever. But they're looking good, and they're in the playoffs once again. Obviously, they did make it to Challengers EMEA last time, the 4th seed, but they are now once again looking to just kind of make their way into that spot. There's going to be some difficult matchups at some point here in Northeast as well. We've got plenty of good teams in the playoffs here, but this is their first hurdle. And for Boars, they're going to be hoping to get something out of this one too. Both of these teams lost at least one game in the Swiss stage, so they came through kind of in the middle. These are the two middling teams that got through the Swiss here. So I think both of them looking to just get a good start to the playoffs, right? Show that they are a contender as one of the top teams here. And we start off with Metasport. I mean, this is a star-studded roster in terms of, what would you even call it? Like very well rounded tier 2 talent, right? We have seen all of these players plenty of times here in this region.
Yeah, it's essentially a legacy team at this point, right? And I mean, like Shadow coming in as coach as well, right? Like someone who knows EMEA, who knows and has competed and now has gone back into coaching instead. Like this roster is looking so good across the board. Obviously, they very recently won out of the glitched LAN event as well. So, they are very strong in this region. Lower Swiss a little bit rough. Upper Swiss went a little bit better for them. They did lose out to Boars though previously. Round 1 of the Lower Swiss they faced up. Yes, okay, that was a couple of weeks ago now, but they did lose out 8-13 on Sunset. So Boars, they have a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, I do think so. And look, that's the thing. We're going to come into this one trying to scrounge anything we can as like an indicator as where it will go. As we know from last series, means absolutely nothing. We completely predicted wrong what would happen in the last series there. And Fullbox 200 got almost swept in a sense by Detti, Elise, who were definitely not the favorites going into it, right? 3-0 in the Swiss stage for Fullbox up against a 3-2 from Detti. Elise, in the end, it matters who you come up against. That's all it is. The Swiss stage, you can't predict who you are going to come up against in that one, so you've just got to be prepared for absolutely anything and try and drag yourself over the finish line here. Both of these teams had some pretty difficult matchups in the Swiss stage. Both of them managed to get through to this one. I would say I'm impressed by both of them, especially Boars here, who had Formulation Gaming twice, who are also a 3-0 team, and definitely, I think, a team that really we're looking at as one of the best teams in this stage so far. And again, versus Enterprise, obviously the winners of Challengers EMEA Split 2. So they have had their trials and tribulations. They made it through just about with those losses there. And I mean, they're still here.
Yeah, and they are here mostly because of this person on your screen now. Troisy, the MVP for the Upper Swiss Stage 3. Absolutely on fire, on smokes as well, most of the time on Omen. I think he's Astro and Viper on Bind and Icebox, and that's about it. But on Omen, he is aggressive. He is able to push forward TP along with his entry of Colossia and just pop off, and then he's still alive for the late round. This is the player to watch for this series because I am expecting him to be so impactful across all 3 maps.
Yeah, I do think obviously the maps are something we're going to have to talk about just a little bit because these two teams, unlike the last 2 teams we saw, very much have different kind of picks. The only map they have in common is Haven, so I'm expecting that to be floated, not picked by either team. Generally, when you have 2 teams that really like a map, they'll see that the other team like it, they'll go, okay, neither of us will touch it then, that's fine, we'll wait until map 3 to get that one going. So I think what we landed on as the maps that we think we're going to see were depending on who gets first pick, Groda's going to be banned out by Metasport no matter what here next. So I think what we said was Lotus Sunset Haven or Sunset Lotus Haven, something like that. That's what I'm expecting coming into this one.
Yeah, it should
Oh
be
wait, Balls
Sunset.
get first pick, so
So it should be Lotus first, then Sunset picked out by Metasport, most likely. Haven is our decider. We're expecting. We'll see. These teams don't, sometimes we see
Yeah,
surprise
we've had
picks.
changes in the week, but okay, I think we're probably going to get what we thought going into this one. I doubt either of them are going to have dropped Haven in the last week. Once again, both of these teams have a 100% win rate on Haven this split so far. Both of them very strong. So if we do get to a map 3, that is going to be a really, really fun watch, I think.
Yeah, if this goes all the way, it's going to be a banger of a match. But Lotus is where we start, and Lotus is Boars' home ground. 6-0. They beat Enterprise. They beat Team Liquid Academy. They are incredible on this map. And it's all because of not just Troisy, but the rest of the team following up as well. You can't get to 6-0 unless you are good on both sides and good and consistent across the entirety of the team. Meanwhile, for Metasport, they're Northern 2. This is probably their worst map that we've seen. So, they're probably a little bit scared, and we've got an interesting comp actually. They've had a switch up here for Metasport. They're going for the Vice and the double duelist approach. This is new.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I like to see it from them. Obviously, their other composition, very normal kind of composition that you would see coming out from a team on this map, didn't really work out for them. 2 losses, and they have decided that's enough of that. We're going to try something new. I think this is a good time to do it, right? You're up against a team that has a 100% win rate on this map. I mean, look, the last time we saw a team like that, they used it to get themselves all the way into Challengers EMEA, right? Bitfix Gaming did so much work on this map alone that they were able to basically use it as a linchpin to get them through into Challengers EMEA. So maybe we will see something similar from Boars here if it continues. I'm not so quite seeing the exact same dominance from them on this map because they have not got the same insane, crazy compositions going on. It is a little more down to earth from them. But Metasport, I like the adjustment. I like seeing something different here, and I do think the Vice is going to help them out quite a bit on this one. But we will see if they have had enough time to come up with anything cohesive here.
Yeah, what they're going to have to do, especially on this attack side, is try and separate Troisy and Kalosha from the rest of the gang. But it's going to be a mound fight to start with. Kalosha going aggressive.
Yeah, he is going straight in on this one. Not quite finding anything. He gets held back just a little bit. Nanguist actually takes out one player on the rotation here, so they're going to use that opportunity to move their way in towards A. A lot of damage has been done to a couple of players on Metasport. That is definitely something to keep in mind here on the pistol round, but also going to have to find a different entry place.
Yeah, they're all going to be flooding in through stairs, through CT. Chinook is up in heaven, ready and waiting, but Metasport get the spike down, and now they can get in a pretty good positions. They've got a fair amount of utility left. The Paranoia and the nade specifically could be huge here.
Lusha gets his first. Manages to get out of there. No, never mind, sorry. Spoke too soon. Tries to get out of there. Does a little bit of a matrix there, but it does not amount to anything. The spray down from Cider. Okay, that's a little bit lucky. I don't use that word very often when it comes to Valorant, but that's a little lucky as he runs around the corner with the Frenzy, managing to catch the legs of the final player there. Javelin is, I mean, beset on all sides here, and Juicer is just going to completely wait until he is about to get on the spike. That's a round in hand for Metasport, and their new composition working out so far. They haven't had to use much utility yet, so we will see in the gun rounds, but it's a good start for them.
I love that fadeaway with the Frenzy. It's a great gun, especially when once you get the spike down on this map, there's a lot of close angles on all of the sites, right? All 3 sites have a lot of close angles. The Frenzy, regardless of where you land, is great, and Cider used it incredibly well there. But we're seeing a relatively similar setup from Boars now on their pistol. They've got one Sheriff on Never Fear over towards A. Not going to find much value in the early round from that, though, because he's over towards Tree.
Indeed. No aggression this time from Boars. They're just going to wait for it. Troisy sitting behind Mound, but just peeking, and he's probably going to try and get out of there as soon as he sees somebody alongside the stun from his teammate, but he's being left alone now. Obviously, with pistols in hand, sometimes you do just need to make a gut read, try and figure out where they are going to attack so you can catch them by surprise. Chinook has been seen. They really don't want to give much away here, Boars.
Yeah, they saw the Marshal and they feel like this could be a fake. It's the Yoru, but You see, Trozy has to back off. The MVP with only a classic, backing away to sight the full force of Metasport running at him.
Absolutely massive paranoia there, but nobody there to follow up on that just yet. I mean, stun waiting here from Javelin, who raring to go with that one. But they're just going to move in towards B instead. Stun their way through. Jusu has made some space, but he gets blinded up as well as Kalosha, who runs into a corner, gets taken out by Jusu. Rare is there with the first pick as well, slows them down just a little bit, and the spike is actually heading back towards C, back towards Troisy, who's going to have to hold this one down, gets himself into a better position, looking to just find one or two picks here with the classic. He just needs to right click onto Cider here. He doesn't manage to find it. None of the bullets land, and suddenly Metasport look like they might just finish this one out. Juicy doing a lot of work with the Bulldog, and Anguis will close it out.
I mean, it was close though. The time was running low, and there was a lot of, everything going on. It looked like maybe we could see boards come on top, but no. They lost that out. They can't win out, and now they're up against the anti-bonus. It's a good one though, because of the pistols that they kept through. Metasport, they've got, 4 rifles online. Chinook could potentially look to get a sheriff or something on as well, but maybe looking for an attack op in the next round.
I think so. Oh no. Maybe. Stinger might just look to, if he gets a couple of kills with that, buy up a little heavier next round. I don't see any other reason why he would save that hard into this round. Obviously Chester got a lot of money as well. They're all just trying to even out that economy, make sure that nobody's going to be left behind at any point. The Boars, this is a really important round for them. They don't have the buy that they would like moving into this one. They know that Metasport have a lot of money, and they haven't had to invest insanely heavily to have a very similar kind of weaponry lineup.
Yeah, but Troisy out in the open again. The TP, the same flowchart essentially as we saw from the last. But for Metasport, now they're leaving Chinook as the insert. He's got the TP away to head back to A if he wants to. And they're trying to work out where they want to end.
Yeah, I think they're being a little cautious because they know that this round actually is winnable here. So Cider gets taken out quite quickly. And Kalosha manages to get the second kill. So it is just going to be all eggs in the C basket. There's only 3 eggs left in there. Oh my lord, that's a good opener. Troisy just stops them dead. Chester gets that trade in hand, but he's got players on all sides at this point now. Oh, great shot. 13 seconds left. Can he do anything with this? Oh, you could see that shot landing onto Never Fear for just a second, but it does not work out. The cards are not in his favor this time around. The house always wins, and Troisy is definitely holding things down on C for now.
Yeah, and that's the performance you want to see from your Upper Swiss MVP, right? Is just being able to hold it down just by himself, secure it, allow time for everyone else to come in and assist when needed. But now we're moving to the first proper full gun round for both teams. A fair few ultimates on the fence. They could potentially look to get some online. Troisy, the same thing as last time, but now he's got his team behind him. He's got support, and they're going aggressive.
Oh lord, he can't even get out of there in time. He's had to go for the safest teleport, well, the least safe teleport. Just go into the nearest smoke possible, which is in the middle of the team. Kalosha's going to try and get something done, but Jusu just cleans house. 4 kills now, and Rare does not want to give him an ace.
Yeah, he's going to save. He's going to put those trips up somewhere where he knows now he can just wait. Diligence from Metasport as they clear through the site together. But the spike's going to go down nice and safe, nice and easy. They can probably build Anguist up to that Steel Garden for round 5, but this should be the 3rd in Metasport's pocket. They're feeling good, all off the back of just surviving, thriving in the chaos of that Mount fight.
Well, guys, you got a nice long wait now. If you got caught off guard by how quickly we got into the second game, you want to grab yourself a drink now. You got about 2 minutes or so, just about, until we start the next round. So get it done. Not really much else to talk about. It's just a good round from Metasport.
Yeah,
I mean, it.
I love the idea from Boars, right?
Yeah, I do like the aggression. It was good.
And yeah, Troisy going into that, going into the smoke up here, the one way, with the Haunt to support him, able to spam through. We saw similar things on Bind as well. There's a lot of really nice ideas, but now they've shown it. and it didn't net them the round. This is overall probably a net negative because they've given away one of their strats. And now...
Very possibly, yeah.
The attackers can be prepared for it.
Yeah, I do think that is a thing. It's sometimes mentioned, especially when we have a desk out here, which we will have later on in the playoffs, where we just kind of go, you know, some teams do like to save strats, especially ones that know that they can go deeper into the tournament. You know, Enterprise Esports are going to be thinking, you know, we can save a couple of strats, wanting to get into Challengers EMEA, right?
The same thing.
It is exactly the same thing. This time Troisy does it out of choice rather than being stunned. And he gets the kill for it. It worked out perfectly, and it's actually sent Metasport right back to their own spawn, then a little stun locked by it.
And they don't want to head over towards A. That's exactly where Rare is waiting. And Troisy's still on mound. The confidence of this Omen to just, you know, go in, aggressive, TP, get the kill, and not retreat. Not fall back with the rest of his team. He's kept this control, and that's allowed Boars to move, centralize over towards B, over towards A. They're ready to receive Metasport into their loving and waiting arms.
I think we're setting up here for a Hobbit pinch. At this point, I think B is going to be where they end up, but they might just check out A first and see what's going on. But that hold down from Rare is just going to stop them from doing really much at all. Are they going to move through? Okay, well, they're going to send out the... I can't even remember what it's called now. Fade ult. Completely take any noise cues away from them. And yeah, they do decide to go B in the end. I was going to say, if they went A off the back of that, it would be no info whatsoever, just running in full blind, trying to check every corner. They still haven't managed to get themselves enough space to get the spike down super quickly. There it goes. Now they need to hold super hard here. That's a really useful ult just to keep them away for just a little longer. They're going to have to re-aggress with a little less weaponry. 2 players, I think, not able to use their primaries from that one. Oh, no. Got them back in the end, but the time is ticking down.
Yeah, the time is going low. Chester pushing out with the Stinger. It can't find it, and Rare with the late timing.
Oh.
The retake here is so good. It's just down to Cider, but he's got no shot. Kalosha defusing, and Boars. They waited their time. They bided their time for the perfect moment. They knew they didn't have to rush because, like you said, the spike went down so late. They had time to collect themselves, plan, and retake as a team. And the way that they flooded site there, it was overwhelming. Metasport, a timeout. They've only lost 2 rounds.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Maybe they are a bit surprised by Boars to start things off here. Or maybe they just know that, you know, Lotus is very much Boars' home ground and they can't, you know, risk anything, right? They've got the advantage. This is not a situation that they necessarily expected themselves to be in. They need to take every round as it comes and really think about everything here. So I don't mind a little, you know, break for them to just be like, okay, let's chill out and not let things get away from us, because you could see off the back of that, you know, 3 ults in the hands of Boars, they start to pull away. And Metasport need to just savor every moment that they're ahead and try to extend that lead as much as possible here.
Yeah, they don't want to let it run away from them, right? We talked about momentum earlier in Series 1, how important it is, especially at the start of playoffs. Starting with momentum, both in maps and in series, is so important. And Metasport not wanting to allow Boars to get anywhere, because they know what Boars look like when they're on fire. Boars have been so good so far, and you know, they've beaten out some strong teams. They've lost close losses to the strongest that we've got in playoffs, so they can't let that happen. And now a fight over C to start with, the showstopper online, hence the Stinger for Jisaro, and they can look, slowly wait and push Troisy away because he's scary.
I like that Troisy was like, I think Juicy's going to go up there and try and clear me. I'm just going to spray into it a bit from a long distance. Didn't quite work out, but I get the idea that Rare is able to find a kill through the edge of the wall there. Juicy moves in with the showstopper. He's waiting his time for it. He doesn't manage to get a pick. Rare sprays him down and almost gets saved by Never Fear, but in the end, the damage has been done and Juicy's stuck in a corner.
Yeah, what a pre-take. They were hasty off of that as well, spinning the door before the site had even really been taken, and everyone on site dancing around with each other. Troisy and Rare there, the paranoia to slow down and stop Jisoo from being able to use the showstopper to its fullest extent was amazing. It allowed Rare to drop down, get the pick onto the raise, and then continue the fight elsewhere for Never Fear to come on in. You can see the coordination from boards, the focus on teamwork and trading that they have. It was evident, and now they're taking A with the full force of everyone, but it looks like B to C might be the plan.
Yeah, Metasport fortunately don't run straight into that firing squad of Boars this time around. They're going to have to reaggress elsewhere. I mean, that's a very good bit of information in terms of just making sure that Metasport aren't gaining on unnecessary space. You do know how lethal these sheriffs can be in the right hands, so you can't get complacent on this one. I think is the good part. They've got the map control, right? They have everything they need. They know that B main is relatively clear. They've got the whole of A lobby to themselves, and obviously the Cypher utility on C is going to stop anything from happening too quickly here. So you've boxed Metasport in. There's not much more you need to do. I like that Boars aren't getting over aggressive here.
Yeah, they're keeping control of essentially rubble. That's the most important part of the map for them, because it then frees up Kalosha to be able to rotate over to support Rare on site, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. The pistols of Metasport heading over towards C. They are noted, and Kalosha's already here to help the fight.
Here they go. They managed to get that space. Getting the spike down here is already a good start for them. That's a lot of information that is being gained through that cam. Never Fear tries to spray somebody down, but Anguis is just a little bit short for that to hit the head. And actually, really good space taken from Metasport. It is going to be just trying to pick them off one by one here for the Boars players, but they're getting more kills than they really should be at all. And somehow it's down to a 1v2. Rare, definitely in a situation where he can win this, but a player on either side means he needs to keep checking behind him. He is going to go for this first one, uses ultimate, takes off the head of Chester, but Anguis only needs to hit one headshot and all is good. He's spraying through everything, and that's all he needed. That is a perfect use of Neural Theft, just to close out the round and make sure it didn't get out of hand.
Yeah, very close again. Metasport using the pistols very well, taking the space in the post plant as well, walking up over towards C2. You can see here the fight over towards Troisy, who does take down two, but it is great from Metasport overall, and it all comes down to Rare. The Cypher, whose site it was, is the last alive for the retake, and the Neural Theft nets him that round. Up to 7 kills now is Rare, anchoring sites, retaking sites. What can't this man do?
Yeah, exactly. Well, keep his teammates alive in the first half of the round is the answer to that.
That's true.
Some would use the word bait. Not me. Not me. Everybody else is saying it. But Boars just need to keep this up. I mean, it's good. It's keeping Metasport at bay, which is exactly what they need. They know that they are the team that is expected to win this map. They know that they are good on like really good on this map. So just managing to stay ahead here is good enough for them. The thing is that their round rate is not actually insanely impressive. They've just been winning the map every single time. So they don't need to win by a massive margin. But Jusu does so much work once again. I mean, he got a 4K on that round to secure that. He's already got 2 this round. But once again, Rare is coming in right at the end of the round after letting his teammates take all of the damage and clean up house here.
Hey, his trip did get the kill. Well, so, yeah. You know.
He turns around the corner now, 9 bullets in hand, waiting for his teammate to start to draw some attention. But Juicer is on fire here, and Shinnick will be a great wingman on that one. 4-4, and Metasport are making it as difficult as possible for Boars here. They're doing a good job of just holding them accountable, I would say.
Yeah, they are making sure that although they're going to site a little bit late, when the fights are happening, Metasport are being able to work together. Because, you know, they are relatively late to site. Everyone from Boards was there to flood in as soon as Metasport headed up through Bend. And that's a little bit late for Metasport, but they're able to take the fight. They're able to win it out, and that is incredible. But Rare did get a kill with that trip. the trip got the final blow. I just want to make sure that was noted.
Okay, we'll put it in the log. We'll put it in the log. Well, looking like it wants to be an A push from Metasport here. Unfortunately, this time around, Boars have not gone for their pretty aggressive take of lobby that they sometimes go for. And therefore, tree has been taken. They are being incredibly slow about how they do all this, though, and I think they just want to draw out a little bit of utility before they make a decision here, Metasport, because they know, once again, the respect from Metasport is really, really good here. They're checking every corner. They're playing it as slow as possible so that they can read Boars' plays. I mean, who wouldn't be respectful of a team that is 6-0 currently on this map?
Yeah, like, if you don't show the respect, you will get knocked down. And now Metasport heading over to B. It worked for them to take the site, but they weren't able to get the post plant. But now there's 3 people here to defend it. It's going to be tough.
Oof, Neverfear is just lying in wait on this one. Oh, Anguist does a good job of just peeking that corner, but Troisy comes in from the other angle, takes him down. And Anguist, how are you alive in that corner? 3 bullets left in the chamber. He doesn't have the time to reload. Troisy is there in the end. Finish off the job. But space has been made on A by Jusu, and if he can hold on to the... never mind. No, I was going to say, if he can hold on to it for 10 more seconds, Cider is going to be able to get on site, but that's not happening. And he gets his orb so that he can have his ult for next round. Unless he saves, in which case he will not. Well, that's the question. Do you want the Odin, or do you want the ult? That's...
I mean, the money's low. Like, Metasport, they need as many guns as they can. Don't forget, they've already expended a timeout already this half, and they've still not had the lead since that round 4. So for them, it is all about, can they find a way back in? Because Boars have looked unstoppable, except for, that one round in the post plant where Metasport came out on top. Boars have looked so clean.
Yeah.
It feels like they know exactly how they want to play this map, and now they're going for B and C. They've left A completely empty.
Yeah, they have made every round absolutely as difficult as possible here for Metasport, just trying to make them work for every kill that they get. And there's another one. Troisy back on the board.
They've got the spike. They can't get this back.
That was a pinch that took Metasport by surprise a little bit, and unfortunately the player that they have left flanking the team is the player that was holding the spike. And yeah, Boars have very quickly picked up on the fact that they indeed have control of the round, and now Metasport are playing defense. They have to take the spike back.
And so that was actually the exact same strat that they used in the pistol round, in that round 1. The exact same setup. So Metasport, they should have been prepared for something like it. And they've not broken these trips, so Rare knows that they can only go through Hobbit, they can only come back through this position, because those trips are still up.
Yeah. I do think they're just going to have to fight it head on in the end. And that is what they're going for now. All 4 players running back through the way that they came. They've got to clear every single corner. They know the crossfires that are there, but that's good. Jusu and Chester both getting on the board with that one. Jusu tries to make as much space as possible for a player to pick up the spike. Neither of them have so far. Out comes the ult. They're going to get away from that one. 18 seconds left in the round. It is time to sprint over towards B now. Troisy is going to be holding this one down. If they can get this kill, they can get the spike down, but Troisy is there, and Rare is able to take the off angle and get it done. Boars are just consistent, and consistency is key.
Yeah, it's these random throws in of aggression, right? They've shown aggression towards just Mount. They've shown aggression towards both B and Mount. They've shown aggression towards A. Metasport, although they're probably prepared for aggression, you can see them typically waiting over towards their spawn. They're not sure where it's coming from, so they have to be prepared for all angles, and they just can't do it. So now they're shoved down to an eco in the penultimate round of this half, and they're going towards A. It is the weakest site. Just never fear. With that horn, it will get broken relatively quickly, but you can see immediately the rotations from Boars to come and assist.
Yeah, it's a much better, well, more encouraging start to the round here for Metasport. But Jusu is taken down, and he has been, for the most part, kind of the driving force in a lot of these attacking rounds so far for Metasport. So suddenly, you can see, stunted the attack completely. And Boars have already just filled in all of that space like a liquid. Metasport, how are they going to fight back into this one? They just want to take as many kills as possible, so trades are on the menu. Chinook gets the first. They still haven't made much space.
Oh, and the rolling thunder's so huge. Chinook out in the open and Javelin spamming back against the Tracers. It's just Cider. And while I think he's non-alcoholic right now, no strength in him, taken down. Javelin, the final blow, and look at that. Boars secured the lead in this half, and Metasport, okay, it was a relatively weak buy from them, but they've, you know, it's still not great this round.
Yeah, well, getting this final round in the half, making it 7-5, it's all right, but you do have to keep in mind that on defense, Boars tend to only just about have more than 6 rounds every half.
Yep.
So this is kind of par for the course for them. They are not ahead of schedule, but they're not really behind schedule. And they're going to come alive in the attacking half. That's where they win about, you know, on more of their rounds, obviously, if they're winning about half of them, or, sorry, about 50% of rounds on the attacking, on the defensive half. They're going to need to get a bit more than that on the attack. But good space taken from Metasport, good ults used. It's just going to be another one of those fight back moments here for Boars, and so far they have been very patient with these retakes and very composed, and it's working out for them once again. They're just taking 1v1s, letting Metasport come to them. They're trying to take more space, they're getting greedy, and it's working against them now as they have to fight their way back in towards site and hope that nobody from Boars has moved in. Kalosha takes the wrong timing on that one. 2v2 now, and things could just go back in Metasport's favor. It's good trades, but the trades are better for Boars, and once again, Rare is the last man standing, makes it 8-4, and that's even better than they would have hoped for, I think.
Yeah, like, they are very happy. This is above their average on this map, but this half is all theirs.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the second half here on the first map of our second series for today, Boars versus Metasport. And Boars have started things off as they tend to do here on their map pick of Lotus. They are 6-0 currently in this stage on this map, and they look to be making it a 7th now as they've set themselves up very nicely for an attacking half here, and I'm expecting big things from them. It is very possible that we could see a 13-4.
Absolutely, like their stats on this map, on this side, are incredible. They're starting out with A pressure, looking to take this space, walk out. Who is here from Metasport? They spotted Chinook, he TP'd out, and now they're continuing on. They think it might just be him. It is. He has to back off. This is probably going to be a 5 versus 5 retake.
Yeah, it's good space taking from Boars, and while Chinook tries to get something there, Kalosha just comes in from the side, and they weren't quite ready for a player to be that close that quickly. already getting stunted by the aggression and the speed of play of Boars, the confidence on this map. Jusu finds one in return, but it's still a 3v4 situation, and a retake like that on this side of the map, it's a little more difficult than you might think. Things are starting off well, though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, well, it all goes back in their favor. Chester has to try and get things done here. 1 versus 2. Lots of utility left for Boars. Smoke it off, try and get anything done. It's not happening. Boars start things off 9-4. Never really out of hand in that round. And that's just something we didn't see from Metasport at any point in their attacking half, is just running onto the site, pushing back the defensive half, and taking all that space in the first, like, 10 seconds of the round, you know?
Yeah, they a very slow team, similar to how we saw Detti Elise play in the last series. They like to take it relatively slow, and now on the defense, especially with double duelist, they need to be taking advantage of the Euro and the Raze, trying to utilize the quick rotations to flood into sight nice and quick. But we're seeing the same setup, the same start from Boars. Chinook, noted again, has to TP out. That's also been spotted, so it's just Anguist on site.
Once again, probably just going to be pushed off and have to go for that retake kind of situation here. Chester tries to play up close, but from that distance, it's just not going to work out for him. Anguist was about to take off the head of Kolosha, but his teammate comes in clutch to save his life there. And once again, it's just one of those situations where Metasport really don't have a horse in this fight, although...
Well.
Oh dear. Cider comes in. Never in doubt.
One tap.
One tap. Gonna get a rifle back? No, that's absolutely fine in the end. This is the important round here for Metasport. They need to win this one. This is the only chance they have of getting back into this one, I think. If they lose this, it's going to be a 13-4 probably. If they win it, I mean, we hope that they can get a little more done in this one. But here's the thing, right? Look, for them, probably Lotus... It's not the end of the world if they lose this one. They knew that this was a banker for Boars. They're moving on to Sunset next. They have a 66% win rate on that map, and they will hope that they can get something back on there. It is close. It doesn't quite catch everybody, but Never Fear does still have to stay on the corner of it. Jusu gets a lot of work done, and this is exactly what he's best at. A little bit of aim labs, just firing at targets, basically. Metasport off to a good start there. Kolosha, not much chance of getting this one back. Never know, though. 1v3.
It's the start they needed to the round 15, though. Like, they needed something like that. The Seasonade play, it works very nicely. You've now as well got Juso over onto the Showstopper. Not necessarily for this round, you don't really want to use it in a 3v1, but for the next, it could help to secure a little bit of a snowbally start to the gun rounds for Metasport. But Spike does go down. One kill does mean the overdrive comes online, so Metasport have to be quick, snappy with the trades. Yeah, they're going to try and double peek this one to begin with. Oh, they almost lined up. They almost lined up. It's not quite happened. Kolosha hits one shot, but Anguist is just off to the side and is able to get the defuse down. And that is the round that we thought they would get here. 10-5 now. And Metasport need to start to gain some momentum off of that one, because obviously they haven't saved a lot of weapons coming into the next round, and they need to fight back against this full buy from Boars to have a chance here. Yeah, the buy is going to be a little bit rough. Like I said, they do have the Showstopper online, the overdrive on the opposing duelist on Kolosha, so you know that could get matched up. But I'm expecting Juso to really use this Showstopper because they need to win this round. They can't allow Boars to get up to 11 this early in the half. Only round 16, they can't let that happen. So I'm expecting to see aggression on the defense of Metasport. Over towards C, they're taking this space. But A, Boars, they just want the A side. That's all they care about. Yeah, it's a tried and true method for them. They're able to just push through every single time. And look, here's the thing, if you can force your way onto site, even losing a couple of players, you've still done the damage, right? Just run it down in every single way. And there goes Kolosha, absolutely just pushing through, making space for his teammates to fill in, which is exactly what happens. Troyzy and Never Fear take up that space, grab a couple of kills, and Metasport have once again just been run over. Yeah, they're taking these fights so solo, they're not able to trade off of each other, and now it's just these two. We know the trades are good between them, but it's going to be so difficult. A 2 versus 4.
Jusu isn't able to find the first kill. Cider isn't able to find the second. Boars onto 11 rounds. Looks like this map is, well, not incredibly likely for Metasport to get back into. It was a good start from them. It absolutely was a good, like, first 6 rounds. But once Boars got comfortable and figured out how Metasport were playing, and especially once they got a little streak of rounds towards the end of the first half, that was pretty much it. You know, Metasport realistically had to get about 7 rounds in the first half to have a decent base to work off of here.
Yeah. Like, this is Boars' stronger side, and Metasport, they're running double duelist, right? You need to be good on your attack side for the double duelist to really work out. Yes, you can play retake, but the retakes, it feels like Metasport are a little bit disjointed. They're not playing together when they're looking for the retakes. A few people are fighting to try and get a pick before they back off to play as a team, but they're dying when that happens. There's no trades coming in. The disjointedness is really showing on Lotus, and I said to you before, like, Lotus is one of their weaker maps. I was expecting them to maybe ban it and float Corrode, although that's very risky for them, just because it's a bad map for them. It's a great map for Boars. You don't want to let them have both Lotus and Haven, but this is what happened. Sunset, Metasport are a little bit more comfortable there, so, you know, that is probably where their eyes are at. They've got some ults. They could look to try and do some damage on this round, or they could play for overtime, but overtime is a risky play to go for.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a good start to that round. Cider taken out immediately by Colossia. Who knows? Like, the economy is not great. They're very likely not going to be having more than half armor there, so perfect weaponry to get the ball rolling for them.
And now Boars, they can play so passive. They can sit back. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah. And Shillick now has just been pressed back in towards C. And he's just going to have to face down all 5 players, see how many he can grab. He doesn't find a single shot off the bat, and he's just going to get chased down. Collision does not give him any quarter as he moves on through. Jusu has to get things done here. He has so far been really the only player doing a lot of damage to this team, and Choisy has taken him out now, and that is about their chances to get back into this one done. They're fighting back. They've only got 1 rifle. It's gone now. Chester picks it up, but he can't get anything. Boars, they're just going to run away to the finish line at this point. Metasport, they don't have any money. They don't have anything to go off of. They can maybe make it a level playing field for one fight with their Visol. That's about it.
Yeah, the Visol is probably what they're going to have to rely on going into this round. You can see the Steel Guard, and it's all they've really got. Weak weaponry everywhere. They have to take control of A main. The Seasonade worked before. No reason it won't work again. The Boars seem to have learned. They're not going hyper aggro. They're taking their time, and it's working.
Yeah. We'll start off once again quite aggressive from them. Just trying to default their way through and find a first pick, because that has been what has given them a lot of these rounds so far. And oh my god, he's just getting walked up on. Anguis just didn't see Colossia coming on the first peek, and then he's holding down the corner the whole time. They can't use the Steel Guardian anymore. Anguis is dead. Chester is getting pushed out of sight. He gets sprayed down by Neverfear. That should be it. Spike down on the ground, and Metasport have nothing left to fight for. No fight left in them. Yeah, just make it worse. Go on.
The cherry on the top.
Go on. Get in there. Get in there.
You may, like, I want to see Troisy use it too. Shove some more fear into their heart. He's got the paranoia though if he wants it.
Oh, here we go. Quite literally. And he's just gonna hold a corner with it. Oh my lord, they're so principled. It's he does manage to get taken out in the end, not hearing any sound cues. Neverfear sprays one down. I mean, they're all in great post-bump positions. I'm sure they're not going to get taken advantage of here. And Boars, they close it out 13-5. It seemed like it was going to be a foregone conclusion right from the offset of that first half there. And look, that's what we expected from them. That they make their tally 7-0 now on that map. We'll move into the second map here. And look, here's the thing. this is what happens when you have a map that is a banker in that way. We saw the same thing from Bitfix Gaming last split, and it's exactly the same story here for Boards. They are riding on the coattails of this one map being just their linchpin. And look, it does well, obviously, in a best of one, but it seems to be doing well in a best of three so far as well. So I'm excited to see if they can keep that momentum up.
Yeah, they've got to go to Sunset strong because, you know, Haven, it's relatively even between these two teams, so we'll have to see how this goes on Sunset.
Yeah. Look, there's really not a lot to break down here. The thing is that Boars are just incredibly comfortable on this map. You can see it shine through in every single play they do, but they weren't doing anything technically impressive. They were just defaulting. They were just running up, taking space, and usually when you play that aggressively, your Neon is going to be taken out every single round, right? Like Kalosha is going to have like more, like you can see it is kind of the case. 14 deaths, right? It should have like 18 deaths at this point because he's just running in, getting taken out, and letting Troisy fill in the space and take out everybody else, right? Yeah, that is the play style. But he managed to get a lot of kills himself, so it didn't matter.
And I think Troisy is the person to call out. I mentioned he's the person to watch, the MVP of the Upper Swiss, and you can see why, right? Like the aggression, the confidence for the plays, and the fact that he can play solo and he's comfortable, he's fine. And now we're seeing what I think is essentially, I don't want to call it a veto diff, but the map pool advantage for Boars puts Metasport into such a disadvantage in the veto because either they float Corrode, which they've been perma-banning every single series, regardless of what their opponents pick, or they look to ban Lotus and then go to Corrode, potentially, because Boars, they're okay to go there.
Yeah, well, it will be Sunset up next for you guys. We're going to throw to a very quick break, and then we will be back with maybe the thrilling conclusion to this series, hopefully a little extension of it. Hello everybody, welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast Stage 3. We may just be done with the day incredibly quickly if Boars get done with this series, because they are 1-0 up in this one after a very quick 13-5 on Lotus. We're heading to Sunset next. This is Metasport's map pick. And they have a good win rate on it. They have been impressive on this map, but I think Sunset is kind of becoming a mainstay for a lot of Northeast teams. So I wouldn't be I'm not surprised if Boars also have a pretty decent look on this map too.
Yeah, they've played it once. They lost to FMG on it, and it wasn't super close. For Metasport, they've been looking very strong on this map. Their defense as well, which is, funnily enough, where they're starting. They are currently 66% win rate on, really good. Should be looking at about, 8 or 9 rounds in that first half for them to be able to really feeling comfortable. Specifically, though, they beat Enterprise 13-4 on this map, and this map should be a mainstay, like you said. So a team like Enterprise, they should be good at it, but for some reason Metasport, they overshone them. Yeah,
I mean, look, here we go. Very similar compositions coming on through, obviously. Two sides of the same coin with the breach and the KO for both of these teams. This is just going to be all about that aggression that we saw from Boars on Lotus, right? Can they replicate that kind of thing on Sunset against a team that has looked good here, Metasport, who probably have a lot better defaults on this than they did on Lotus? It's going to be a test of their mettle, right? If Boars want to get further into this competition, they need to show that they're not just good on Lotus and Haven, right? That they are able to beat teams on other maps. And look, if they win this series off the back of just Lotus and Haven, it's not bad, right? They're going to get deep into the competition off the back of that no matter what, but they need to be able to show that they can do this. So if they do get into a best of 5 towards those final games of the series, if they want to get to Challengers, Challengers EMEA, they can get this map underway as well. Some of the mainstay maps that other teams in the region are going to be bringing out.
Yeah, and Sunset's one of those very scary ones for a lot of teams, because some teams absolutely love it. You see some very interesting picks. You see Deadlocks coming out that Metasport actually used to run. They switched over this halfway through the Swiss stages. But now as they set up on the defense, you're going to see a very standard setup for Metasport. Likely mid aggression, A aggression from the most rounds. Whereas for Boar, looks like they're pushing B. They're going to try and pressure down Anguist as much as possible.
Here we go. Looks like the aggression is coming on through just as it was on the last map, but the Lotion doesn't really want to be running straight into that trap wire. Oh my lord, he manages to evade bullets for just long enough to get Troisy 1 kill. But unfortunately, Neverfear, I think, is found through the smoke, and that kind of slows them down quite a bit there. And now losing a lot of kind of the aggression that they would have had. But luckily, Rare has made a lot of space over towards A. So, yeah, option number 2.
Yeah, it's an immediate lurk as well. As soon as the pressure is put over towards B, it feels like that, the backup was always planned, and Rare in a very advanced position. Javelin as well, trying to place spoiler over towards mid, and this is going to pay dividends if he can find the side of the elbow. Was shown, but Javelin, no kills, and could potentially look for a backstab.
Yeah, that timing could be absolutely brilliant as Rare holds down this angle. That's a brilliant cage to keep him alive, and the smoke comes on through as well from Troisy to try and help him out. In the end, that's not it, but the distraction that's being created for Javelin to make something work in from behind here is great, but Troisy just does all the work by himself. This guy's been absolutely ridiculous for this team. Side has no idea where Javelin is coming from. He chooses the right direction to look, but he still hasn't got the half down on the spike, and the time is ticking away incredibly quickly. Javelin just needs to keep peeking just a little bit every single time. He had that in hand all day. And that's just exactly what they needed, right? The aggression was good. they didn't manage to make B work, so the lurk was absolutely perfect to just give them enough space on A to go elsewhere.
Yeah, the presence of mind, and especially for a team like Metasport, you know, after the aggression is boards that you've shown them on Lotus, that you're just going to 5-man rush someone. Actually, Metasport, they've got that in their head. The conditioning has followed through from Lotus, so they left and Rare was fully aware and ready to play off of it. Now the Cam going to spot for any aggression outside of B, sees that it's only 2 people, so they're not forced anywhere. They can still take their time and re-clear this space, or look for Kalosha to try and find something in mid.
Has been, I wouldn't say uncharacteristically kill heavy in this series so far, but obviously as kind of the solo duelist playing Neon a lot of the time, you're used to dying at the start of every round. You're used to getting a lot of first deaths and then letting your teammates get the kills off of your trade. He's been getting a lot of kills from his own merit so far this series, and there's another one, a start off to it. Lots of first bloods on the board there, and that's a really important one. Gets traded out, but that's not bad. You only had a Marshal. Oh, never mind. The Marshal's been used on your own teammates, but well, yeah, no, okay, this really hasn't gone in Ball's favor. There's no way I can spin that, unfortunately. Oh no, Chinook has come alive! What a shot, Chinook! Oh!
Yeah, there's no other way to put it. Incredible work from Chinook, the Sheriff. Oh, beautiful with the trade to start with, and then the spin back around, the flick onto Never Fear.
Someone left that in the oven too long. It's too crispy, man.
And you could see there a little bit of Chester trying to pull out, or sorry, a little bit of what Troisy was trying to do there was pulling out what Rare had done, but Kalosha just didn't find anything towards mid, so Jessero was over towards A and caught Troisy, but now an A fight to start with. The stun to force Troisy back a little bit, and immediately the peek from side, but the trades, again, beautiful. The paranoia is huge, but
they can't get away. Bumping up against each other now. It's kind of worked out. We'll call that a net positive for Metasport, but it could have gone very badly there. Chinook is try and replicate a little bit of that. Troisy manages to just get one by surprise. Not a bad start to the round for Boars for a eco round. They would like to get at least one more here.
They'll be able to get the spike down with complete ease, not even relative ease.
Yeah.
The cam and the trips are still up, so they want to try and get rid of them before the retake comes on through. So there's some question marks around site where the post plant waiting could be. But for now, it's just, you know, they're split. They're looking to play for ones, trying to get as much damage in as they can.
There comes the fire brigade. Firing brigade, oi. Moving through market. 3 rifles in hand. All you need to do is spray down the 2 pistol users on this one. Never Fear. It's not being distracted by the defuse going on, but that might bite him in the behind. Yeah, no, not able to get it done. I mean, the kill was good. It was just, it really required an extra kind of push coming through from Javelin there. It didn't quite work out. It's not a bad round for Boars. They did the best with what they could. Obviously, they were very hampered by the loss of their second round there.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it goes a little bit back and forth after Boars win that pistol, but now we're down to a gun round. Classic Valorant coming on up. A few ults on the fence. Yeah, we've got Omen ult online, but it shouldn't cause too much impact on this round. And now, mid default. A lot of teams start out with this, a smoke, a recon, and then push up through mid. The door is left open though, so Chinook could look for a kill.
He gets the peek. Knows there's a player there. Chinook has to back up, takes a couple of shots. Not able to throw out any more utility. Only has the Aldrone in hand though at this point, favouring weaponry over utility this time. Now goes Never Fears. Just trying to gain a little bit of information on this one. They are now wary of Metasport. They know this is a different map, a different playing ground against a team that is a little more comfortable here. So they need to be a little more careful with how they take their fights on this attacking half. But that's a good start. Once again, Rare able to find something in mid. Just going to take down that door. At least get close to it. But they're more than comfortable to default this time. Very different look to what we saw on Lotus, of course.
And you can see Metasport, they're not sure what's going on. They were expecting this to be an A hit. They've still got 3 people there. Yes, there's Cypher Trips, and Anguist is very good, but he's left alone. Looking to peek out of this cage.
Whoa, oh, he's chasing him down. He's going to get traded out no matter what there. Javelin will do the job. 4v3. Spike is down on the ground, and this looks like a balls round to me. It might just go back and forth here. Troisy, what can he do? Nothing this time. Chinook is feeling it this map. It's a little more possible for his team to get this one done, but the more time they waste, the less time they have to defuse that spike, so they need to get in and get some kills down. Javelin takes out the second member. Never Fear is there, and Javelin will close it out. And yeah, again, Boars, once they have some guns in their hands, once they have the lay of the land, they're starting to get the job done. And this is a very similar start to the map that we saw on Lotus as well, because Metasport were holding on until about 6-7 rounds in.
Yeah, this round could decide it. It's not necessarily a swing round. Metasport can still just about buy up next. Maybe not comfortably, but, you know, a couple of light shields, a couple of lower rifles as well. But this is probably the round that will make the decision for the rest of this half. And it's an A brawl. The stuns, the flashes, it's all here.
Indeed. Chester is able to find an opening kill over towards mid there. Just goes quite aggressive to start things off. Chinook stops anything from happening. In fact, the spike is down in A main off the back of that Hunter's Fury. Not really a Hunter's Fury that you would expect to get a kill off of, more just information. They'll be very happy with the start to that.
Yeah, it's great. You're now in massive advantage. You can sit back and wait. You've got comfortable eyes on every single lane forward, and you can just let your opponents come to you. And Boars, they're going to take it slow. They're happy to default on this map, take their time, look for a pick if they can. But if they come top mid, oh, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It does seem that way. That is what's happening. Chester is just lying in wait for it. 1, 2. Neverfear is now alone. This is a textbook save situation. If ever you have everything in hand, there's really no reason to do anything too aggressive, but I guess you don't want to risk being killed at the end of the round if you're an attacker, so he's going to make, at the very least, some headway in towards A site. Well, B site, but site, I should say.
A site.
Yeah.
But, like, especially now, right, he's got the money to buy up a teammate, he's still got full shields,
Yeah.
he needs to save this gun.
Yeah, that's the
It basically
thing.
secures Boars the next round, if they can keep on playing like it. They've got a lot of ults coming to line, but the hunt is about...
Here's where it's scary. 6 seconds, you gotta stay alive now. Well, we'll give Neverfear a heart attack to start off the next round. That'll definitely give you the competitive advantage.
He wasn't scared. It's his namesake.
Not
There's no
at all
heart
true.
attacks
Yeah,
there.
no,
Come on.
of course, yeah, he never fears.
God. Like you don't even know these players' names, Twiggy. What's going
No,
on?
I don't. You're right. I know nothing. But Metasport, I mean, look, brilliant start to the round has just made it impossible for Boars to do anything there.
Yeah.
Look, is it amazing in terms of the overall outcome of this map? You haven't really done a lot of economical damage in the end, but one more round on the board is definitely nothing to turn your nose up at. So they will be happy. And they've got some ults available that they can use, not insanely useful ults in terms of shutting down an attack, but just getting information. That timing is horrific for Chester. And they're all going to have to back up now. What is it with everybody bringing out utility right when people turn around the corner here today? 4 versus 4 now. Juice was kind of stuck in this corner, and he's got the spike in hand, and that's what's important.
Yeah, the spike in hand. They can now decide what they want to do, can Boars. The null command's gone. The utility should be back up online again, and you can see the knife. It does spot out where the neon is, so the swing comes on through, and it's huge. Troisy backing him up as well.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of that. Boars have done just a very good job cleaning up, and Troisy is really on point. If you give him more than half a second in a 1v1, he's just going to take it. He's just got that done. 3v3 now, 3-3 at this point. They have lots of ults, they have money, they have guns. You know, they have they're quite happy. They're in the driver's seat. I wouldn't say they're comfortable. This is definitely much more of a challenge to them than Lotus was, but they're still able to keep up with Metasport here, and that's what's important, right? Is proving that they can play on level terms with a team like Metasport in this stage of the competition on maps that they are not, you know, using as kind of a one-trick pony kind of thing.
I don't know what that peak was, but
that was distracted him.
oh
Oh
what a
no,
stun.
oh no, oh no, oh no, he's just spraying them down one by one. Chinook using the cage of Anguis to just absolutely demolish the entirety of Boars. That's exactly what you want to see. He's had some standout moments already. It's only been 7 rounds in this map. Cider will clean up. It's a flawless round for them out of nowhere.
It is to start out with that peak and then the spray down from Chinook. The utility, the combos, and the way everyone is working together. Cider's stun there was the only reason that worked as well as it did. You could see Kalosha just dancing, jumping around, hoping to not get headshot, but it doesn't work in Boars. They've still got the money. They played their econ pretty well in the last round, so yeah, okay. It's not amazing, never phased down to a chef, but they're reasonably comfortable. They've got the overdrive as well, and they're leaning over towards B to start with.
Once again, just waiting for that trapwire to go down and then make a decision. The decision is very immediately a no.
They didn't even get it though.
No, they... Oh yeah, they only... Huh. That might be the reason why it was a no, but they're going back towards it now.
The drone up to mid here for Metasport's really nice as well. It's going to clear up that they're not rotating through mid if they are rotating. So it's a slow rotate to A, or they're still at B. So you can see the Cypher Anguis turns back around. The cam's going to come online in a couple of seconds so we can clear main again.
They're just towing the line here. Anguis finds one, but the edge of the smoke is just being a little too annoying for him to get round and find a second. That's a really, really good piece of utility to just zone out the players, and Chinook is taking full advantage of everything. That's another 3k for Chinook in just double as many rounds at this point here. Rare trying to clean things up. Oh my lord, there's no reason you should be winning that. What is going on?
He had a bulldog.
He didn't take a single hit of damage. Oh,
what on earth? And like, he was so late on that mid push as well. You can see here on the minimap whilst the fight's happening. We talked a little bit about that B word, baiting over on Lotus.
My name is Rare. I am a beta. I'll see you on site a little later.
Oh, that was beautiful. But like,
classic.
it worked out so well when he can win with a bulldog in that situation. That is absurd. And now early paranoia to allow the push from Jusso out of B. Trip broken, and now Boars, they have to move through mid. They have to go away quickly.
That's completely changed what's going on here. I mean, like, the whiplash of emotions that is happening for both of these teams right now is turning this very much into a brawl, and you can see their headspace is completely gone. There is no sense of calm or or collectedness from either team here. They're just going for it. And Kalosha notices that he didn't quite get himself out of that cage, which means there's a player in the corner.
And now the post plant for Boars. They're set up in such good positions. They've got a triangle over towards backside. They can probably get support as well from Troisy if they need to. The retake's going to be so tricky. The paranoia, okay, a little bit of a team paranoia there, but it stalls everyone else out as well.
Oh, Javelin, you got to pick a direction to go. He manages to find one kill. That's good enough. Juicy gets the trade, but the time is ticking very quickly down now. There's no way that Juicy is going to get anything out of this one. Surely he's just going to run him down. It was a last-ditch effort. I respect it, but it does not work. And Boars take the advantage.
And we're slowly starting to see the Boars that we saw on Lotus, and yeah, Shadows thought, you know what, I've had enough, I need to take a timeout. 3 rounds left in this half, and Metasport know that this is their better half. Their attack side is okay. It's not by any means bad, and their comp, it works very well, but they are used to winning about, 66% of the rounds on this side, and it's just not happening at this time, and they need to work out why, because Boars, they are finding every advantage, and I mean, that clutch from Rare could have shifted the entire map and therefore the entire series.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments that just knocks you completely out of whatever kind of situation you're in, right? Because that is that's not a round that has been won on merit by Boars. That's a round that has been won on one player's, good reactions. Good reactions, and a little bit of misaiming from Metasport has led to a massive swing in the expectations of this first half, and that's the kind of thing that as Metasport is gonna tilt you. That's like, maybe not tilt as much as like, they're actually completely angry now, but it's just going to set you off just a little bit. That's going to be like, oh, lucky team, great. At this stage in the competition, luck is the thing that is dictating how these rounds are going. In the minds of Metasport, that's probably, kind of what's going on. And so you need to reset from that one. I think that timeout is just a good opportunity to reset a little bit. And so far, paying dividends. Chester gets the first kill here, but Troisi has just walked in from the other side. Shinnock is finding one, but Jusu needs to do a lot of work in cleaning up, and he's caught in the edge of the smoke, and he can't see anything. Troisi gets the job done now with that shorty, and we're back into a situation where Boars can win this round.
They can, but it's going to be tricky. Troisi going to peek into these two immediately. The first is found, and Troisi's not good for the second. Chinook shuts him out, and look at Rare.
How many rounds have we seen Rare?
Oh no, don't say it.
In a 1vx. Oh lord. Oh, he's going to plant on their side. Oh, he's going to fake plant on their side. He's going to walk in. Can he get the first kill? If he gets Chinook, that's pretty much it. Chester's on 5 HP. I mean, he really shouldn't be doing anything off the back of this one, but they're just going to line up. Oh, well, Chester got there just in time to take the bullet for Chinook, which is quite fortunate, because that is the way you want things to go, is the player on lowest health just run into them so you can get that trade. It's worked out in the end, but again, that's just it's a little sloppy to let that run away from you, to let the Omen in all the way from behind. It's fine though. Look, I'm nitpicking here for Metasport. that is a good round. They got the win. They have a little bit of money to play with, as opposed to Boars. They can work off of that, but you do really need to, I think, get the next 2 rounds in hand.
Yeah, no, they want to win this out as much as can. They know Command is going to be huge to try and allow them to. The trips from Anguis down, he has to back off.
Yeah, he's going to get chased down. Oh no, he never stood a chance there. Closer just runs at him with the ult. They have full control of the site. That's what they needed with the less weaponry. It's a good idea from Troisi and Neverfear to try and jump clear that smoke together. Just get a trade for one of them, but it doesn't work out because there are 2 players watching either edge of the smoke. Kalosha comes in from behind. He's made headway into their spawn. He tries to pick up a weapon. Big Jusu is holding guard of that one now, but the time has been going slowly down this whole time. Jusu needs to move in quickly. Oh, what a shot from Rare. If he gets one more of those, it's looking pretty good for him, but he just doesn't find Cider. They'll have enough time to get the spike diffused. It was getting there, right? That was getting to the point where if Rare just got one more pick, 3 more seconds, something could have happened. Metasport still have it in hand, but this is the buy round now for Boars, where they can try and make it even and just try and keep themselves in this map.
Yeah, and they've got the ultimates as well, DeBoer, to try and end this on even steadings. But I love these ideas that we're seeing from both of these teams, especially from Boars, even on the eco. Just leaving Kalosha over towards spawn as that insert, having him peek out relatively late, trying to waste some time, essentially, to then allow the site players to then continue further down once time has been wasted, once they've got, down to the last 12 seconds of the spike. But like I said, buy round now. A bulldog from Rare, but honestly I don't think he needs anything more than that after what we've seen from him. So mid control taken, and there's nothing from Metasport here. No cam, no trip, players.
Oof, yeah, all the utility comes through. They didn't need a single piece, if we're being completely honest. Juice is going to take advantage of the moment. What? You slide in. Get 2 kills for your trouble. 1, I could see happening. 2, the spray transfer over is absolutely massive. That's exactly what they needed with the amount of space they gave away on mid. Now it's a fight back from Javelin to try and find this one. Chester holds down the corner, and the crossfire is there. Glosier's going to have to do something absolutely monumentous to get anything out of this one. Rushes in, first kill. Juicer is there for the trade. Metasport have done what they needed to do. That is what they needed out of that half. I do hope to see something a little better from them out of the second half. They need to warm up into this one. We've seen highlight moments. We need to see a highlight half now. Hello, everybody. I hope, as I did, you took that brief respite from the round to, calm yourself down after the excitement from the first half of that map from Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast Stage 3. We might be heading towards, again, as I mentioned earlier, a quite quick couple of series here, as Boars have been putting up more of a fight than I think we expected on this map in the first half. Metasport really just clawed things back at the end of that half, if you missed it.
They needed to find more, and okay, moving on to the attack side, they're still good. They're still positive on the attack side of this map, but they really hope to find more because Boar are very good. But the util combos are still there for Boar, and a couple of kills, mid pushes, all over the place, but Rare goes down, and that's the late round player. So now you can see Boars, they're lost. They're not sure where to go, so they're moving over towards B, but I think that's where Metasport are going to. So this could still be a big brawl.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the anchor player is taken down now, so you do need to invest a little heavier, Boars, going in towards the site. Don't have those trap wires anymore to help you out, but they have gambled. They had gambled correctly. They second-guessed themselves, but that'll be enough to bring the players back towards it. I mean, I'm not sure that Metasport will expect these two players to be as close as they are, but they're still being cautious. They're still checking every corner. This is good. They haven't lost their heads off of some of those rounds from the first half, and 1v4, they shouldn't be winning this.
Yeah, and Metasport going to get themselves up to 8, hopefully 9 if they, don't do what Boars did on the first half on that round 2. So for Metasport, getting up to 9 would be incredible. It sets them up to take us to that third map, and we know it's going to be a banger third map if we get there, because both of these teams really wanted to play it but didn't want to pick it. So if we get to Haven, it's going to be incredible, but still we're here on Sunset. And Metasport, they've got their buy round. They're doing the old FPX buy. 3 rifles, bring in 2 sheriffs from last round so that we can get a good bonus going if we keep 3 alive. And they're heading over towards B as a pack, as a team. Gonna pressure down onto Rare.
I think that is a good decision to make here. Well, obviously a lot of the time you're going to want to avoid the Cypher on the other team, try and kind of make your way in through pure trades, but if you can take down Rare, who has been so useful if you leave him alive towards the end of a round, things might go better for you, and that might just be the logic here for Metasport, and it seems to be working out for the time being. Bulls try and make their way back through, but Chinook isn't going to let that happen. Jusu isn't going to let that happen. Closure finds one. It is just Troisy left. And there is no lack of standout players here for Bulls. It's not like if you leave a certain player to the end of the round, unless it's rare, he won't be able to do it. But they are doing a good job of just making sure that no rounds like that one from Rare will rear their head once again here. Troisy is going to have to clear every single corner. There is a crossfire here at the entrance to B. It's safe from Metasport, and sometimes that's exactly what you need.
Yeah, nice and clean. Getting themselves up to 9, keeping all 3 rifles going forward as well. Like, this is going to allow them to get a good buy here, to maybe not match exactly the buy up from Balls, because, you know, they'll be able to get full rifles across everyone, probably full shields as well. But look at Metasport's buy. This is almost a full buy, and that allows this bonus to be scary, to put Balls onto the back foot. And if they can keep together as a 5, if they can keep the advantages in their favor throughout the fights, Metasport could be looking to try and run away, to snowball this.
Oh, Troisy moves in, he sprays down one. He might have got a second there if Chinook wasn't ready and waiting, and ran past him. But that's good from Metasport. They managed to capitalize off the back of that, and Boars just don't really have the firepower to push up against that one now. They've lost all of the heavy rifles that they bought up, and at this point, do you even try and go back for this one? I mean, they're just Guardians, but the money isn't good. It seems like they're hanging back and looking for exits on either side.
Yeah, the exit plan is fair. Like, you know, it is only Guardians, but at the end of the day, going to the next round, a Guardian's still better than nothing, because you're going to be saving next round anyway. So, you know, look for as much damage as you can. Try and keep the guns if you can. There we go. Phantom was picked up by Never Fear. He's going to run away. He's not scared. He's just, you know, it's a tactical retreat, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But Rare could still find something here. They are going to be pushing out towards him.
Yeah. Couple of deft shots here. And it's a good paranoia. It goes a little high, but it does the job. Jesu's... Oops.
Not sure how that happened.
I didn't see what he had weaponry-wise, so I don't know if that was half intentional or not, but it doesn't really matter. They've got the money.
And double digits here. Like, this is huge. Like, Metasport are going to be feeling so comfortable now, because they're up against the Nico from Boars. A Guardian, maybe, if Javelin wants to risk that investment. A Phantom online as well. That's pretty much it. Okay, Sheriffs, we've seen them good for both of these teams, but, you know, Metasport on the attack, they're feeling very comfortable when they just hard exec a site. Boars, though, they're taking all mid control. This is going to force a B hit out of Metasport.
Yeah, it does look like that is what they are deciding on, and obviously, once again, the plan here, take out Rare. Like that is number one plan. If you can get Jusu in towards the site and just rush down the Cypher player, that is the best way to get this done. And Rare, he's going to fight it. Made the one way, but he backs up in the end, and now...
They're retreating.
They are retreating, but they've managed to find out Never Fear. They're ready for something to be coming around from behind. They might re-hit now.
Yeah, it's open. Boars, they thought, you know what, let's protect. Let's make sure they can't go over towards the A site unless they go the long way. And the resmoke will come out from the defenders to allow them to walk around, and the knife is good. It slows them down, but they should be able to get the site, although the fight is going to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, they're going to have to work for it. Troisy is a little bit stuck, but Rare and Kalosha both find kills with the Sheriffs now, and Kalosha picked up a weapon, but he wasn't able to find anything with it. 2 versus 3, but everybody's a little bit low on Metasport, and if Javelin can find this first kill, it's good. The reactions from Jusu to just flick around and spray some shots into the wall does keep him at bay. Rare in a 1 versus 3. How many times have we seen this one happen? Wants to pick up the Vandal. He does pick up the Vandal. Jusu saw that one get picked up, though, so they now all know that he is towards Market. I don't think he goes for this fight. I think this is an opportune moment to keep that Vandal into the next round and just bank up some economy for the rounds following this one. Can you get a kill? Can't get a kill.
A little bit greedy, maybe. I think saving there was exactly... the optimum play, trying to get the kill. It doesn't really damage Metasport's economy. Look at how much money they have stacked up in the bank. Anguist shouldn't really be buying, and Boars, they called a timeout because for the first time this series, for the first time in a while for Boars, actually, realistically, they just lost 7 rounds in a row. 4 this half, 3 the last, and they've got to try and work out where they've gone and how they can try and get them back, because they're fine going to Haven. They're very comfortable on Haven. They're 5-0, and they beat some very good teams on Haven already. But they all know it's also Metasport's best map, so they're cautious about it.
I mean, look, this is a very similar situation to what we found ourselves in last map as well, just the other way around, right? The script has been flipped here. The Metasport, started off finding it a little difficult to find those rounds against Boars, but then once they were given just a little bit of, good fortune and just a little bit of runway, they managed to take off. And now as we start our attacking half, they are, more comfortable to use their own strategies and to push up against the Boars players. And we do need to see some adaptation now in towards this final quarter of the map. I don't doubt that Boars can do it. I just think that they have left themselves with so little time, with 2 rounds, to be able to, push this back in their favor.
And aggression is the right decision, right? Trying to take some space, sending Troisy somewhere aggressive. No Sage Wall to get through this, they're not Paper X, but it's still good aggression. It secures this part of the map, and Troisy's still got the escape of either his ultimate or his Shadow Step, so he's still pretty safe here. Has been hurt.
Drops down, yeah, so he is going to get hurt. The Aldrone is used anyway, so he was going to get cleared. It's not a bad choice. He is just going to try and anchor this one. The Cypher has moved to the other side of the map, so putting him there is fine, but if Metasport keep winning those first bloods, it's not going to be good, because usually when Kolosha makes that space, gets taken out, there is a player behind him to trade. This time on the defense, that's not happening. He's going down as, this solo kind of scout mission, and it's just getting him killed in areas that his teammates cannot capitalize off.
Yeah, and now a fake thrown over towards the A site. A lot of noise, but the Cypher setup's here, so actually Boars are pretty secure. They don't see anything coming up elbow. So B, it's still locked down. They've still crucially got Troisy here.
Troisy misses the first shot, which does give them an opening. The collat, though, that'll start things off, and now Shinnock is alone. He's had some clutch moments in this map, but it's not enough to get the spike down and safe. 13 seconds left on the timer is not enough for Jusu to do anything with this one, unless he is Superman himself. He can try and get a couple of picks, but he's not winning the round.
And get this man, get this man into challenges. I want to see what Troisy can do up in challenges EMEA, because my word, he is unstoppable. He finds so many moments, the right timings to get the picks, to get the kills. Yeah, it all comes down to the timing. He put that smoke up so it was a one-way for a second to enable him to get that 2K and spray in the body. A little bit of fun. He's so good, so consistent, and if anyone is going to be the way for Boars to get back into this, it's the only person that's positive. It's 17 and 14 whilst losing is an incredible stat line.
It really is. I'm sure they don't want to go to map 3 particularly at this point. You've worked this hard to get into a position like this on Sunset. You had a very, very good Lotus. It would be nice to just get this one over and done with, prove that you can beat Metasport, prove that you can win a Sunset map against a team that has a good win rate on it, and then move on with your life, right? You'll be up against Detti Elise, which is, I think, for Boars, in the state that they're in, a good matchup for them. I think they will be more than happy to take that on. But they still need to just push a little harder, right? They've looked good here, but they've never looked even remotely in control.
Yeah, and it really comes down to their retakes at the moment. They need to know what they're doing. They're like the utility combos from Metasport. It's a little bit easier with the breach, but they need to really be playing around it. That knife should set up the retake nicely. Never Fear, though, dies in mid. And now that opens up everything. The Rolling Thunder clears market, and B-site, it's open for the taking.
Oh, Rare is revealed in the backside. I mean, he has to try and just play around everything. He's going to get revealed again. He's behind the box. He doesn't get sprayed down. Juice is actually playing it quite smartly, staying inside the smoke and not revealing his position so he can walk straight out of it. Take down some players. Choisy takes out 3. That was getting a bit scary for them, but Metasport managed to capitalize off of their player advantage there. 12-6 is the scoreline. They're kind of dragging Borz's body over the line, but they're getting it done.
Yeah, and Metasport, they're looking so clean. Like, they know that they don't have to get the spike down yet. If they think the Boars might be there for the flood, as they correctly identified that they were, they can just tap it. They can just play together, play off of each other. And the utility. Cider's ult there to enable Juso to just run in by himself, clear sight, just him, was so good, so crucial. And now, oh, this is looking so good. Juso's already on site. Okay, they can't take elbow. Kalosha's there with the judge, but he's 8 HP.
Yeah. Oh, Choisy. Wait, that was Javelin.
What?
Where did Choisy come from? What the hell? Well, Javelin, I guess, is still alive because of that. I don't know how Boars have got something out of this round. I could not tell you what happened in that round. If you gave me a slow motion replay, I couldn't tell you.
Boars won.
Boars won.
I can tell you that much.
That's what matters. Boars won.
And now they're set up into a really good spot as well, right? Like, they won that round. They've, got a stinger on Kalosha, but he's got the overdrive to push forward with it. He can go nice and aggressive. It's light shields across the board for the side of Metasport, and they've got the null command. And the null command for their execs is really good, so now saving it for the retake or going aggressive with it could be crazy, but mid, it's going to be taken by Kalosha.
Yeah, I do like that they're not backing down from a fight, even though they are on match point here. I think obviously they know that Haven is still a good map for them, so it's not the end of the world if they lose this. But this is good. They're not backing down. They are still putting pressure on Metasport, not giving them a free, easy start to a round here. And they have made them use a little bit of utility, but yeah, that was a little close for comfort.
Now both flashes used from the KO, one a team flash and one found nothing towards mid. They got the info, but they're still not 100% sure what's going on. They've made the right read in terms of rotations, but Kalosha's alone in mid, and now they have to be a little bit worried about the transition over towards B.
I think that smoke might have been a blessing in disguise for Kalosha, right? He's going to be able to sit back and wait on this. They're going to double peek it, but neither of them are looking the correct direction. They get a kill, but Kalosha is able to double trade that one up. Boars can start to get back into this. Metasport are letting this slip away from them just a tiny bit. It's sloppy plays. Jusu moves on in. He gets the first. He's turned his back on the player that can trade, but somehow he manages to find 2 more kills. And it's only Choisy left standing. He's had clutch moments. I've said that about just about every player from this server, but can he make it happen? No, he can't. God, Jusu turned on the final round. 13-7, and Metasport close out their map pick. We will be moving to the map where both teams have a brilliant win record, and that is Haven.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be a banger of a series, this one, right? Like, there was no other way for it to go. Both of these teams, they feel like they're relatively evenly matched. They've got mirror scores, actually, over the Swiss stage. Metasport 3-2 in Lower Swiss, Boars 3-2 in Upper Swiss. They are so close, so evenly matched. Who they've beaten, who they've lost to, so it has to go to Haven. Both of these teams wanted it. I will say Metasport's opponents typically been a little bit easier than Boars' opponents on Haven, so maybe there's that going for them. But both teams look strong. One team is running a hyper aggro breach neon composition for Boars. Metasport, they're running Viper. They want to play it slow. It's going to be a clash of styles.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one turns out here, because again, look, both of these teams are comfortable on this map, and that's what really matters. It's not, their win rates, who they've been playing against necessarily. It's their comfortability on it and what they're going to bring to the table in it, because we started off with Lotus, where obviously Boars were very comfortable. They were happy to go through all of their strat book and just throw everything at the wall because they knew that they were in the driver's seat there. And the same went for Metasport here. It's not that, there were insane strategic plays, though there were at points, but you could see so many more multi-kills coming through from Chinook, from everybody on the server, from Jusu, right? Because they felt more comfortable, because they knew that they were in that kind of position where, we pick the map, we have the better win rate here, so we can just be ourselves, right? And I like to see that, and both teams should have that feeling on Haven. Neither of them should feel uncomfortable or like they're fighting uphill. They should both be able to just go at it and put everything into it.
Yeah, and this is really where we get to start to see them, but Chinook was shining the entirety of that map for Metasport. No first kills, always just following up, backing up his teammates, making sure they can, find the openings, and he is there to just slam everyone else down once the later round comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm incredibly impressed. I mean, look, you see those kinds of stats coming through from both teams, despite it being, I wouldn't say one-sided, but definitely a decisive victory there from Metasport is impressive. So everybody is warmed up now and ready for the map that they both wanted to play, the map that they knew neither team would ban. It is going to be Haven as our float, and we'll be back with map 3 very shortly. All right, everybody, hello. Welcome back to Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast Stage 3. We're on our final map of the day for certain. Now it's been back and forth between these two teams here, Metasport and Boars. And we've come away into a map that both of them really wanted to play, right? Both of them knew that neither of them would ban it. That is why it is the third map instead of the first. It's the only reason. That is the only reason neither of them picked it straight away. And we're just going to see two teams really fight for a map that they've proven themselves on against some pretty good teams. But now I think this is going to be the first game that really cements who is going to be the Haven enjoyers of this of this split.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the teams that they've beaten so far, basically it only really comes down to input lag enjoyers, who are obviously the X-Series Tenacity Core, and Detti, Elise, that are really the big names that Boars and Metasport have beat respectively. So coming into this, it is a clash of styles in terms of composition. You know, we've got the Viper on one side, we've got the Breach on the other, both very valid ways to play. One likes flooding, one likes stopping flooding. So, you know, stylistically, it really depends on how they play in that respect. But it should be a banger because, like we said, both of these teams, 100% win rate. They've not lost this. But Metasport, they've got 71% win rate on both sides, which is a very, very high stat for them.
That definitely is. I think that will definitely change in this one. I think you kind of said as we went into this one, there's a possibility this goes to overtime, and I do think I agree with you. Based on what we have on paper from these two teams on this map, both of them very, very competent, so it's not unlikely that we do see this one being an incredibly close matchup. We just have a second until we will get into the game. We're remaking the lobby right now, but look, these two teams have been incredibly, like, just heads buttoning, right? It's both of them have had very comfortable maps. We kind of noted that Boars, they have two maps, right? They have Lotus, they have Haven here, and if they can't make both of them work, then they're not really going to get very far in the tournament anyway. So they do need to prove themselves on this one. I think they proved that they can play other maps well, right? Sunset was not bad from them whatsoever, but it was very much based on fundamentals rather than a deep strat book there.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, this is essentially not do or die, not just for this series, but for Metasport, this is do or die for their tournament run, because you need 3 strong maps, and then you can have kind of 2 throwaways, and then 1 that you're not so good at, and then a permaban, right? This is essentially how you want to be winning BO3s. When you get to that final 3, the top 3, when you have the best of 5s, that's when you need kind of 5 strong maps, and that's where we're looking at teams like Enterprise to really shine. FMG maybe up there too. So Metasport and Boars both need to show that Haven is strong and that they can't be picked into on this map.
Right, a lot of this does ride now on setting expectations for teams that may come up against them, right? If you show that you're really good on 2 maps, nobody's going to want to pick it against you. And that is some unfortunate... I'm not sure if that was a misclick on the button press there, but maybe not the time to throw out a stun. Boars start off this pistol round very happily, but... Cider is going to have to try and get something done towards the end of this. Just a classic in hand.
Shouldn't have got a ton of damage there with the shock dart, but like you said, the way that they were playing on long just didn't work. And yeah, this is going to be an easy kill, an easy cleanup for Rare, who's, you know, we've seen in much more dire situations than that. And you can see here, it just looks a little bit rough, and you know, it allowed Kolosha to just get the picks where he needed. Chester trying to bring it back as much as he could, but the start of that was really nice. The shock dart did a lot of damage, and you know, Chinook got 2 assists off of the back of that, as you can see. But now Metasport, low money, not a lot of chance. They're going to go for the potentially 3 or 4 person stack on C, just to try and hope this works. Maybe go aggressive, maybe just play the high-low, and they're just hiding inside a smoke.
Yeah, I think it is just going to be Cider having to hold this one down by himself and hope his teammates can rotate quickly enough. He's going to back up. They want to take this 5v5 if they're going to take it at all. And Boars happily get the spike down very, very quickly. I mean, they have the weaponry to absolutely just spray down this entire team. Metasport are going to have to be smart about this one to get 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah, and you know, any kills they can get are great, but it could also just be a die to the spike moment. They don't typically like doing it, so they'll dive out of heaven and they get a couple of kills back and forth. But Kolosha with the 4K, the spray down at the end, and Boars not flawless. Troisy does fall, but very close to it.
You take that with a bag of chips, is I think what my friend groups would say. You can tell they're from the Midlands, can't you?
Yeah, that's definitely the Midlands.
Yeah. But Boars, that's a very happy start for them. And here's the thing, right? We kind of, you know, we went, oh, both of these teams are 100% win rate. It should be the tightest game of the whole. We don't know yet, right? Like, it could be the fact that they have just come up against very different teams. Boars could be a way better team on this map. We don't know just as of yet. And both of these teams are very competent in terms of fundamentals, in terms of aim, and in terms of comfortability on this map. Obviously, they're both going to be quite happy. So Boars are still going to have to work to get this win here. But Javelin takes out Chester, and that gives them just an opening towards the site. If not, gets them on it.
Yeah, and a 4 versus 4. A pause for a second for breath, but the drone going to reveal site is clear, but the floods. Metasport like them too, and they're coming on in before the spike goes down.
That's a good start from Cider. He gets a second one as well, but he gets taken out. Eventually, the Guardians are going crazy for Troisy and for Neverfear, but he just needs to find one more head. There it is. Boars get the third. They get their bonus, and that is more than they bargained for to get started on this one.
Yeah, I mean, your bonus.
That's really not a good look for Metasport here. I mean, we were hoping that what we saw before now in the Swift stages, in terms of all of them, both of them having a very good win record here, meant that both of them were very competent on this map. But it may just be the case that Metasport just had an easier time here.
Yeah, it could have been an easier time on the way there, but now it's not looking easy for them. No. A couple of sheriffs, 4 sheriffs, but a C exec nice and hard, and it feels like Cider's always got the rough end of the stick, having to stop, put a pause to the execs, and he does. And Boars do choose to back off, but look at the position. Oh, just caught the Cypher cam.
No. He caught him walking up. No. Actually, so he's good. He goes back. He's not gonna push the issue too much.
Doesn't want to risk it. Got to stay alive as long as possible, but this is going to be an A hit, so he is going to have to make a decision. Stay and fight or back off for the retake with his team, because he is alone here.
Yeah, he's just going to wait for information off the back of this one. Out comes the utility, and everybody's going to flood over here. Juicy doesn't get any damage off on that shot, so that's, you know, value gained in getting a little bit of information to your team, but not much more than that. And things are looking pretty dire for Metasport. The flank isn't really going to come to much for Anguis, I don't think, because those trap wires are still up unless one of them can kill Rare in time to get him through. No, they know that the flank is coming through now, so it is just hold off the waves. It's like tower defense now for Boars.
Yeah, use your utility, stop the flood, let Troisy deal with the flank. And yeah, a bit of noise made, but Chester dying. You don't want to die to players now at this point. If you're Metasport, try and get an exit. If Javelin peeks into you, that's good. Build up towards your own ult. And they're going to keep feeding them.
Yeah, go for it. Go, keep going. Keep coming. Keep them coming. Let's go. Let's go. Give me more. Tasty. Tasty Boars players. Have you tried boar? I don't know if that is that a delicacy somewhere. I'm sure it is.
It must be, right? Surely.
It's like the OG food.
Food. Have you never read like Asterix? You know, those old comics. I'm sure they ate boar in that, right?
Probably, yeah. Like on a spit, like proper, like over an open fire. Yeah. Damn. I'm kind of hungry now.
Shouldn't love it. It is dinner time. But shouldn't building up towards the Hunter's Fury. 3 kills, only 2 away from that now. But Boars do have an ult online. It's the overdrive. Kalosha's done a lot of damage with this, but now the op for Jisoo. He's gonna get stunned up. He's gonna get flashed here for sure. But he's gonna try and find something. Oh, and he finds nothing!
Nothing at all. He blindly flicked to a side. He did not pick correctly. Kalosha is taken out as he moves in, trying to use his ult to just get some space. And Chinook again is really just being keeping Metasport afloat here. It gives them a chance to open up into this round, and that's brilliant. He was getting the 4th if Chester didn't.
Yeah, he was ready, prepared, and okay, maybe that first shot didn't work, but Metasport are prepared on this defense. They are solid, and, you know, Chinook, I'm assuming, gonna pass over that op to someone. No, he's gonna keep it. Okay.
Fine, I'll do it myself. You know?
This is the Thanos moment for Chinook if he does end up keeping it. He might try and swap it here. You can see, Jusu wants it back.
He really wants it. Come on. Come on, Chinook, give me it.
No, so Jusu could go aggressive here, set up Chinook, but now we're seeing a mid push.
Yeah, it is very aggressive in mid. Closure is somehow still alive, gets himself into a safe position there, into the trenches next to it. Metasport have to back up, but looks like they'll give this one away. Look at all the space that has been made in A lobby, but it comes to nothing. Cider and Jusu are both taken down, and Chinook is the only one left, and he doesn't hit a shot. You should have given it to Jusu, man. No, he's taken it. Oh, never mind. My bad. Sorry about your ears, guys.
The trade was there, though, and now it's just Chester on site. Anguis looking to support as much as possible, but it's tricky. It's difficult. No, it's just Anguis.
It is just Anguis versus the World One. Is all she wrote. Never fear, gets his fourth. Balls are really in the driver's seat here. It's looking dire for Metasport.
Yeah, like that 71% round win rate is already out the window. They can't get anywhere close to it. And the shooting bodies, it has come back to haunt Metasport a little bit. They were doing that on map 2 when they were feeling in the lead. And now no op in the hands of Metasport. Not for Chinook, not for Jusu. And it looks like mid control being taken by the defenders, looking to counter what they did in the first round, but this is an A lobby take for Boars. And once again, Cider going to get the brute force in his face.
Yeah, really getting unlucky with the sites he's choosing to hold down. And it has been rolling thundered. Closure, fortunately, is not going to be running straight towards Graffiti to capitalize off of that, but Javelin just throws in the aftershock, gets the job done. Closure takes out his counterpart in Jusu. Javelin moves around the corner, they're on fire. They're not stopping, they're so confident now. You know, they got those first 3 rounds and they were just like, yes, they're not good at Haven after all. And we saw their win rate and we thought we were up for a horrible third map, but they are going.
And it's unstoppable. The utility flood. Boars are just, they look so practiced, so drilled. And realistically, they knew that this was the matchup a while ago, right? So they knew that this was going to go to Haven. There was no chance, no shot that it wouldn't go to Haven at some point in the series. So it does feel like they've practiced, they've worked and perfected, at the very least, their attack side, because it is looking, it's looking so clean so far. But Metasport, I'm imagining a timeout from Shadow gonna come in now as Boars make their way up to 6. Yeah. And they need to start to work out how they can stall out pushes, because that's really where it's going wrong. The retakes, set retakes against this comp where Javelin has unlimited stall plus Troisy in there, the stun as well from Colossia. You can't do set retakes. You need to flood in before they can set up that utility barrage. So for Metasport now, that's what they need to work out, how to get to the right site in time, how to flood in, and they've done it in the past. They used to love doing their flood retakes on their defense, but they're struggling to get the stall necessary to allow that.
Yeah, it's a really difficult situation to be in at this point, right? You would have hoped as Metasport that, you know, you'd be able to hold your own in the first half here, and despite, look, it doesn't matter how good their attack half is, they need to get more than, you know, 2 rounds in the first half here. It's just not a good look for them. You just got to think smartly at this point, because Boars, they've been getting a little lucky in the sites that they've been choosing, right? They've been picking the one that has been anchored by Cider a lot of the time, which has left Metasport lacking when it comes to a retake. But I don't know how I would manage this one. The Shadow's up for a difficult time. He's earning his pay on this game, definitely, if he manages to get something back for Metasport here, because I genuinely can't think of a way that I would go, yeah, this is how we fight back against this.
The key thing is just utilizing the Viper and the Killjoy, right? You want to be able to stall with both of those agents, but you can't not against the onslaught that is Kalusha, and now the Hunter's Fury on top of it as well. The Flood is here this time, though.
Yeah, finally they have gone the way that Cider is not, and that does mean that those walls come up and they can kind of hold them back, and it seems to have worked out. You know, suddenly, while Cider is alive for the push, you can just set up the wall and not be in danger, and it slows Boars down. Now they need to rethink. Well, they're not giving up any space, though. All three of them got caught by the Owl drone. Now they'll head back and think about what they want to do. Javelin is going to stay lurking.
Yeah, stay for the lurk, stay for the fake later on as well. Once they've found some space over towards C, decided what they want to do. But you can see because Rare's trips are so close to a lobby, they're worried because Cider's a good lurker. Cider knows what he's doing when he's flanking. So they need to be wary of that push down C long. It's not come to fruition. And now Anguist could look to stall out on B.
I think this is a good choice, B, for them. No site is going to be easy to get into this late into the round now, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to head back towards A. They're thinking Javelin has got some space, but 2 players, 3 players are still holding this one down here for Metasport. So this is just not the way they want it to go. Chester takes out one. Rare is there with the trade, but they got 12 seconds left on the timer. They need to make something happen now or give up. And it looks like give up is the name of the game. They're just going to go with, we're not getting it done. We're not getting it done. Let's just cut our losses, which at 6-1 is definitely not the end of the world. But yeah, that was more difficult. That's what Metasport wanted. And I don't think that was necessarily an adaptation that they made. It was more just that they got a little bit more fortunate in the way that Boars started out the round. They chose correctly in just kind of the setup that they did. And then they played it well from there.
Yeah, their mid-round there was what won them the round. Keeping 3 people on A, being aware that Boars have thrown fakes at them. We saw a ton of fakes on Sunset. They were trying to play with their minds as much as possible, and Metasport didn't fall for it there. They're not falling for it here either. And now again, we're seeing a Viper's Pit down C long. That's where the spike was leaning at the very least. I imagine that will get picked up and taken over to A, but the stack is here.
I
So
know where the
Boars have
Viper
got
is
a
now.
big decision.
Yeah. If they weren't all Vandal players, they would be spraying down into that smoke, man. But no, Cider is waiting there. And they haven't given up on C yet. They might want to go look towards Garage and just see what is there. I'm sure they know that there is some Killjoy utility inside there. And they're just going to tank it. Okay, they're going to pincer Cider here. He's going to have a hard time on this one. This is about the one situation which is actually kind of difficult with the Viper's Pit, and yeah, Killjoy just runs in from the other side and takes him out. That's really unfortunate. Metasport just didn't react quickly enough to the Garage take and gave them that free entry in towards C. Left side of the dead almost.
Yeah, and now the very late neural theft as well reveals all their positions, reveals they are looking to come back in for this retake, but the set retakes have been where they faltered before, where they've fallen, and that paranoia is going to slow them down.
Yeah, all the utility in the world spread down on Boars, but it's just not working quite out in their favor. The trades are okay, but they're not giving them quite enough space, and you put Boars in that situation 9 times out of 10, they're gonna win. Like,
yeah, they're so solid when they get set up, when they get into their positions, they are unstoppable. And you called it the issue there was Garage, right? They left C alone because they're like, oh, we're fine, we've got Cider on the C, Cider's a good, Cider can hold it, but they forget about those other bits, the other ways Boards can throw a wrench in the works. And well, Metasport, the timeout, it netted them 1 round, but that was it. And now this is, you know, probably the last buy round they'll get for a while. There's only 3 rounds left as well. Metasport feeling a little bit rough. Garage for the first time is part of the default, destroying the Killjoy utility, but the fight just he goes in for
double
it.
stun! Go! Somebody trade! There's nobody there. That's so sad.
Wait, but look at C. Look at C long.
Yeah, it is looking good. The space has been made there by Troisy. I mean, they're aware, Metasport, that there is something going on. That's why they're trying to fight outside of Garage right now. But double aftershock kill from Javelin because they just pressed up again. They're so scared of Troisy that they can't back up into Garage. Chinook is able to hold down 1, but he's going to have to retake 1v3. Garage is still open. He can be flanked at this point. It's just not a good situation to be in whatsoever. And it is looking more and more likely that 2-10 scoreline off the back of the half is happening. And I mean, look, he's got nothing to do. Like players from every angle holding down this post plant. I've seen 1v3s from Chinook, but not in this kind of situation, I don't think.
Yeah, like he's usually good for 3, but it's a difficult situation. The first tap on the spike, not found anything either. And now the time dwindles. He's gonna save. Tuck tail turn.
Oh, that's
run.
rough.
Yeah, and like I don't think Troyzy got a single kill, but Troyzy won them that round.
He was just there, yeah.
Like he was just that presence lurking in the back of your mind that forces you. Basically, do you take Troyzy killing you, or do you take the breach with the aftershock killing you?
Yeah.
Like it was a beautiful stun from Closure. Cider getting that kill instead was brilliant, but that, it's so rough.
So much work because they don't want to back up in view of C, because then Troyzy just free kills.
Yep.
They also don't want to push out of doors there, plus they were blind, so pretty difficult to do anything. And yeah, no, just not a good situation to be in, getting stuck in there. But that's really Boars just taking advantage of an in-round thing. This is just good mid-round calls, I think, from them on that one, and that is the difference maker right here in Haven. I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. Like, I could have seen one team coming out on top for sure, but this is something else. Troyzy is dodging bullets left, right, and center. That's fine. Oh, he's got in for free. Takes down 1. Can he do any more? No. But the job has been done. He's done so much damage there. Rare is going to walk in towards site. Oh, Chinook was late with that reaction, but he gets it done. I don't think Rare expected there to be someone lurking there still. They're still just sending players off in these like offshoots to just cause mayhem, right? That's what Closure is doing right now. He's just making everything more difficult. Look, Metasport are trying to rotate. They can't move halfway across the map because of Closure, and now he's off on the other side of the map. This is what Neon does best: is just distracts everyone.
Allows the rest of the team to follow up with utility, to follow up with kills, and, you know, never fear holding in this corner. The Rolling Thunder actually invested, but it gets Jisu, and just nothing found. Metasport can't get a foothold in this game. Those 2 rounds, I think, what was it? Round 5 and round 8, and that's it now. Either the 9-3 or the 10-2, and neither are good for Metasport here.
No, not at all. Yeah, ouch. They've got ults to work with. They've got, you know, a buy and a good amount of utility, but regardless, this is just going to be a difficult round for them. Oh, I really can't see much of a way back into this map. Like, giving away 9 rounds already, unless their attacking half looks amazing, you just don't see them getting too far into this one. But I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm more than willing to be proven wrong by Metasport here. I would like to see some fight back from them, but they look a little... They look like they've shrunk a little bit, right? They look, you know, like they've been shouted at, and you know, their shoulders have kind of gone inwards a little bit. Oh, angry.
Come on.
Been caught in a jump peak. That's so sad. Nobody can run away, but he was in this mode. Oh, okay. Chinook gets 1 back.
It's a trade, right? Kind of.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
But now they're set up on site. They've got 4 people alive. They've got 1 in garage. Yes, okay, the spam might find him, but Metasport have been unlucky where it comes to the spam so far. And okay, Rare is noted. The stun is dodged. Oh, they think he's still up there.
Yeah, they're trying to clear everything. They think he's still in the cage. They're looking at the cage. Nope. Surprise! He's right below you. But they're not going to push the issue. They're going to head back and try and join the teammate, but now they're just all pushing out of a smoke together. They don't have any utility to try and get themselves out of that one, so it's just pure trades that they're going off now. There's no time. Even if he got 2-3 kills there, that's just so difficult. 2-10 is the halftime scoreline between these 2 teams, and it looks like Boars is going to be taking this series. All right, welcome on back to the Samsung Odyssey Challengers Northeast Stage 3, day 1 of the playoffs, and we're about done with it. It looks like Boars are trying to get us to bed quickly. They want dinner in them, and 10-2 up here on map 3. Haven. Both of these teams had a 100% win rate, so one of them was going to be going home today very unhappy, both in the lower bracket and with that flawless streak ruined. It looks like it will be Metasport. I don't think there's much of a way they get back into this one, but it would be absolutely amazing if they were able to make that happen. And if they were to do so, this would be the round to get it started.
Using the Viper wall well there just to try and push up towards short, get some space towards sight, but oh, the Sheriffs. They're so clean from Boars every time.
It just starts so quickly there, that's it. Just immediately Metasport have nothing they can do in this round. Chinook and Chester left by themselves here. Still have the spike, they can go anywhere they want now, but they're up against 5 players, and Boars are confident enough to be buying Sheriffs on pistol round, which is never a good sign.
30 seconds left.
No, and like, you know, it's the classic kind of like ranked buy, right? Your Sober doesn't get a drone, they just get a Sheriff, but
yeah,
when it's never fair, when you can hit shots like that, like, it's fine. Like, you have...
doesn't matter.
You have no worry about it, and now C-Site, it was open, the trip was broken, but Troy's already here.
Okay. Classic doesn't quite win that one out. They do get the spike down, so that's not... You know what? This hasn't been a bad round in the end. They do need to win it, right? They're already 2-10.
What a stun.
It's really good. It keeps them at bay for the time being. I mean, Chester's in a nice position to try and get something, but oh my god, how do you hit a headshot on that? Shouldn't get one, but that is that. Boars 11-2. 2 more rounds to close this one out, and that would be one hell of a way to stake your claim on the playoffs here. I mean, East stocks are just through the roof right now.
Yeah, I mean, like we heard from Fraction, right? He wanted a rematch against Metasport. That's going to be a tricky one to get at this point. As you say, East is just looking incredible. Don't forget as well, Bulls, they won their round 3. They won their bonus on the first half. So, you know, if they can win this, which is actually a force up from Metasport, they've gone for it. This is a risky move, but you've kind of got to do it. You've got to win this round.
Yeah, you really do. Because the alternative is trying to fight through 10 rounds of 10 rounds of match point for just an overtime. If they can get this one, oh god, it's still not a good look. It's still not going to be even remotely easy for them.
Oh, Javelin stun line.
Yeah. Ready for it. Now that the trip has been broken, it's about time to send it off. Spike will go down, but I think Chester might pay with his life if anybody goes for this peek here. He is stuck on site. He doesn't want to go into the smoke either because he knows that somebody could be lying in wait in there, and eventually that is Javelin. And they could start to get this defuse going here. They want to just send in a couple pieces of utility. I mean, one snakebite beside her is all they have, and Boars are just pushing them down and trying to push them away from space. All they need to do is just get a couple of kills, and that is basically it. There's no way Metasport can fight back into this one. They'll try. Anguist has the Sheriff in hand. That's one. Can't get the second or the third. Spike will be defused. Match point now for Boars.
Yeah, match point, and that was a force up for Metasport. They've got a little bit of money in the bank. They did get that spike down, a couple of kills in the back pocket as well. You hear from Cider. And Anguist, a nice little headshot onto Troisy before his demise. And yeah, look at this buy. It is rough. If they want full shields, they can only get a couple of rifles online. Utility looking okay at the very least. They don't have that fast lane if they want to use it to exec onto site, so they've got to think about that if they're heading up over towards C. But Boars are ready, locked and loaded to end this series in a very fast fashion.
Indeed. All right, let's see what they can do here. I mean, the onus is now on Metasport as the attackers, and they just look a little bit stunted now as they set up their plans for this round. I think a fell omen has come over the Valorant server here. You can just feel that oh god, resolve dying, right? 2 kills, 4 boars, 3 players left on the Metasport side. It really does feel like it's already over. We'll see if they can fight back into this one. A Guardian in the hands of Jusu could go absolutely insane. Oh, no. Kalosha comes through. He's going to find the last one as well. Jusu, it goes out not with a bang, but with a whimper for Metasport. 13-2 is the Haven scoreline for Boars. Not just ending that flawless streak for Metasport, but making it a bit of an embarrassing one as well.
Yeah, just pure dominance through and through. Metasport, they had a couple of good ideas. You could see the way that they wanted to play the map, but Boars just didn't let it happen. They're up to 6-0 on this map now throughout this stage. This is looking like their home ground, and the fact that they floated it, they left it up to map 3, that they had confidence in the rest of their map pool. You're now going to be looking at Detti, Elise. Like, they're going to be a little bit worried, right? Because they're going to be facing up against Boars next. And Boars, it looks like they have a great map pool, especially up against a team like Detti, Elise.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they have 2 maps that they are incredibly confident in, and that is enough to carry you through the best of 3 stages of this one. We've seen it in teams in Northeast before, where they will have at least one map that they just know inside and out, and that would be Lotus here for Boars Gaming no matter what. But they've managed to also make Haven a home ground for them, which is a scary look for every other team, because these are 2 maps that most teams won't really want to ban out. There will be other ones, especially now that we have a new map added to the map pool, that they will want to ban out over that. So yeah, Boars are in a really good position right now. Look, depending on the result today, if that had ended with Haven loss for them, I would have thought, Boars are not in a good position, right? They only have 1 map in their favor that they are really, really good at. But seeing that, Haven is definitely a really strong map for them.
Yeah, and now if we're looking over at Metasport, like, they had good showings on Sunset, reasonable showings on Lotus, but Haven, which was meant to be a mainstay for them, they just whimpered out.
Yeah.
And it really looks a little bit tricky as they go down to the lower bracket, where it's so important that you look consistently strong, that they're going to need to find another map. Maybe it's something like Corrode that they've been permabanning up till now, but you can see here, Kalosha 21-9 on the Neon.
Yeah, I mean, not just making space for the team, absolutely taking on the duelist role on his shoulders there. I mean, Chinook had a standout couple of maps there towards the end of that one. I mean, Chinook going 13-11 with 2 rounds is really nothing to scoff at whatsoever. An ACS of 298, very good, but the rest of the team just couldn't keep up, is essentially what happened here. Jusu got 2 kills over the course of the whole map in that one, and that's the thing, he was just getting shut out by Kalosha every single round. He couldn't get those opening kills. It's not like he had many attacking rounds to give it a shot on. But yeah, I don't think this is the end of Metasport, right? Obviously they have the lower bracket run to come up. They will be up against whoever loses from, I think, Formulation Gaming and Team Liquid Academy, but it's not a great look for them, right? We expected more out of this team, I think, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, like the team that came first at the Glitched LAN, right? Like something like just that, because that's so recent. You expect them to come in and stomp. They suffered a little bit in Lower Swiss. They did well in Upper Swiss, but now they're in the lower bracket, and a team like Metasport that is, this team's been together now as this roster for this year. They've got 3 stages behind them. They've got a LAN behind them as well. They should be able to come back. And the lowest bracket run, maybe that's their chance to really start to fight back, to show that they are more than, just a first-rounded team. But we've got to talk about Boars, because I'm scared. I'm very worried for the rest of this bracket, because it looks like Boars, we talked about it, with 2 incredibly strong maps, potentially more as well. Their icebox is pretty good. They're looking like they could have quite a few maps ready to stomp through the rest of this upper bracket.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to talk a little bit about Boars, because we do have an interview with one of the players. Javelin is here to talk to us. First off, congratulations. You look very proud of yourself.
Thank
you look incredibly proud of
I'm
yourself.
So proud.
Brilliant. I mean, first off, coming into that, obviously you're coming up against the other team that kind of had Haven as their one. You knew you were going to be playing that in this series. Did you expect it to be that one-sided?
Actually, we expect from them Icebox, but they took Sunset and it kind of fucked us. But no, we expect different, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, going into this, going into this series, how were you preparing for the veto? Because Lotus, it's a very, very strong map for you, and you could see that. Were you expecting to be able to get Lotus in the first place?
No, actually, I thought they're gonna ban it, because it's, like you said, it's a strong map. But it's like always. It's easy for us because of the veto. The map pool is good, so it's fine.
So you are coming straight up. Sorry. Were you?
My bad. No, you can say it.
Okay, right. You're going to be coming up against Detti, Elise next. You know that already. They were the winners against Fullbox. So, what's the plan going into that one? Do you guys know this team already? Are you ready for that challenge? Obviously, I think Fullbox were the team that we kind of expected to win. Obviously, they went 3-0 in the upper Swiss stage. But Detti, Elise are the ones coming out of that one. They have been kind of sitting at the bottom of the Swiss stage this whole time and have come out of nowhere to get that win. They're going to be playing up against you. They said they would rather play against Metasport. So, what are you thinking coming into that one?
Actually, I don't know. We're ready to play against anyone. It's just we're just playing one by one, step by step. It's obviously they're good players. I know a couple of them. I play with Gunners in team back days, so we respect them. But also, it's not we are not preparing for people. Maybe we a little bit prepared for Metasport because of the icebox, but they didn't get it, so. Yep, that's it.
And so,
thanks,
kind
guys.
of going away from the preparation of it, your team there was, you were shooting bodies a little bit. Was that part of the game plan? Are you trying to play into the mental, or was that just to hype yourselves up?
I don't know. I'm never shooting body because I'm so bad. So if you have confidence, if you are MVP like Trozy, you can shoot it. It's alright for me.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much for talking to us, man. We'll let you go now. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck preparing for your next game.
Thanks.
Lovely to get that talk there. And I mean, what a surprise. 13-2 on Haven against a team that has not lost that map. I mean, looking really good, right? The 2 maps that they are good at, they are really, really good at. 13-5, 13-2. They've proven themselves already, I think. Look, this is the team that came in through first seed in the East qualifiers. We expected big things out of them, but they're coming up into teams like Team Liquid Academy, Formulation Gaming, Metasport, Pixel Lumina, Enterprise Esports, right? These are all teams that have a kind of historied look in this region, whether as the teams that they are or as different just the individual players themselves. And yeah, I mean, Boars Gaming and Fullbox 200, 2 names that have come into this one, surprised us, and Boars Gaming have gone even further than I think we expected they would now. In the upper bracket semi-finals already, they've guaranteed themselves that kind of top 6.
Yeah, and don't forget, they lost to FNG twice. in the upper and the lower Swiss, lost to Enterprise as well. So to get to here already, knowing that they're not facing one of those teams because they're all on the other side of the bracket already, right? They're up against Detti Elise. They could secure themselves challenges EMEA very easily here if they can just beat that one last team.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like they got all the hard work out of the way in Swiss, right? They come up against Formulation twice. They come up against Enterprise Esports. They've had all the trials and tribulations. And honestly, now that they've got rid of Metasport, it could be for them. I'm not gonna say anything right now. Detti Elise could put up an absolutely massive fight, but it could be relatively plain sailing towards Challengers EMEA for them. We will see how that comes off. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket so we can see how that will shake out. Tomorrow is going to be Formulation Gaming versus Team Liquid Academy and Enterprise Esports versus Pixel Lumina, names I'm sure you're all very familiar with if you've been keeping up with Northeast over this year. So that will be incredibly exciting, but we've set ourselves up now for Fullbox 200 versus Metasport in the lower bracket. That will be happening the day after tomorrow, and then the day after that on Tuesday will be Detti Elise versus Boar, and the winners of the games that we will see tomorrow. So exciting stuff to come. Do you have any things you would like to say for us, Echo, before we sign off?
I mean, I think that was an incredible showing for the start of playoffs, because I think that set us up well, right? It's a lot of the teams that are either mixes, relatively new, or had some big recent changes coming into this stage. And now we move on to tomorrow, to the storied teams, the storied rosters that we all know and that have been very consistent. And I think the fact that two of them are going to the lower bracket tomorrow says a lot about how strong this stage has been from, you know, the up-and-comers, if you want to call them that. So I'm very excited to see how the up-and-comers do later on in playoffs.
Great. Well, we are both excited. I hope you guys are excited. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Thank you to production. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes who has been keeping this on for us. I've been Twiggy. I've been joined by Echo. We're going to sign off for now, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye, guys.
I know exactly. Breach. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
vision, visit your dreams. You can see you hear it. You know the trees near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear, I hear you fear. Shake it thirsty beat, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch on me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt you hard. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch, just a punk bitch.